Chapter 2165 Changes brought about by strength. LAN Yun invited Lu Ming and Yu to join their treasure hunting team. The other people also revealed hopeful expressions. Lu Ming's strength was beyond their expectations. He was probably a third-level martial royal realm expert, and his combat strength was even higher than Han Zhong's. If the two of them could join them, the strength of their treasure hunting team would be greatly enhanced. Lu Ming shook his head and refused. Why would he join such a treasure hunting group? He was with Han Zhong and the others only because he wanted to go to Yuan mountain with them to take a look. Han Zhong and the others were disappointed when they saw Lu Ming's rejection. Brother Lu, I'm old, so 111 give you a piece of advice. Although your cultivation base is not weak, now that the world has recovered, everyone has advanced by leaps and bounds, and there are many experts. Especially when you're looking for saint herbs and spirit medicines in the vast mountains, you'll encounter stronger demonic beasts and more danger. You'll still need others to help you. Han Zhong didn't give up and continued. In other words, although Lu Ming's cultivation level was not bad, the two of you were definitely not enough. You would need to work with others. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Ming smiled but still did not agree. Young people are still too arrogant. I've seen many as confident as you, thinking that you're strong, but they all died in the end. A middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer. Don't talk nonsense. Han Zhong berated, and the burly man shut his mouth resentfully. Brother Lu, please don't mind him. He didn't mean it. Han Zhong explained with a smile. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Given his current realm and standing at a high position, he really did not feel anything about these words. Furthermore, as long as he obtained the Holy Spirit fruit after reaching Yuan mountain, he would not have any interactions with Han Zhong and the others in the future. After that, Han Zhong plucked the 7 purple orchid. Brother Lu, thanks for your help this time. There are 7 in total. How about 3 of you? Han Zhong passed the 3 stalks of bauhinia to Lu Ming. The 6 of them had 7 stalks of amethyst orchid. However, since Lu Ming had put in more effort this time, he had an extra stalk for him. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3 stalks of red bud orchids. Then, everyone continued to head toward Yuan mountain. Along the way, they obtained some saint herbs, which were divided equally. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a terrifying beam of light shot toward Han Zhong from the mountain in front of him. Retreat! Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he retreated rapidly. Boom! The place where he was standing just now suddenly exploded, and a huge hole appeared. Buzz! Whoosh! A total of 5 or 6 figures were rushing towards them from all directions. Their cold killing intent sent chills down their spines. Not good, it's the people from the treasure hunting group, quickly leave. Let's go. Han Zhong roared and retreated with the others. The treasure hunting teams entered various famous mountains and great rivers to search for sacred medicines and spiritual medicines. In fact, their greatest danger was not the demonic beasts, but the people of other treasure hunting teams. If they encountered a powerful treasure hunting group in the wild, the other party was very likely to kill them and seize the treasure. It was obvious that they had encountered such a treasure hunting group. Han Zhong and the others retreated, but the other party's speed was extremely fast. Boom! A terrifying palm print, as large as a mountain, blasted towards them, enveloping Han Zhong and the others. Han Zhong, the 2 burly men, and a middle-aged woman shouted as they joined forces to block the palm. However, when the palm landed, Han Zhong was still fine and only took a few steps back. The others were all violently shaken and forced to retreat while vomiting blood. 4th level Martial Emperor Realm. Han Zhong roared. Boom! Boom! 6 figures surrounded them from all 4 directions, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. 3 of them were at the 3rd level, 2 were at the 4th level, and 1 was at the 5th level. Lu Ming could easily sense the other party's strength. 5th level Martial Emperor Realm. Han Zhong was in despair. Kill. The LV5 Martial Royal Realm expert wielded a saber and charged at Han Zhong. Han Zhong couldn't block this blade. He definitely couldn't block it. Han Zhong and the others revealed looks of despair. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly appeared in front of Han Zhong and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Han Zhong was shocked. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was not bad, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. He would be courting death if he blocked in front of him. But the next moment, he was stunned. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and caught the saber between them. The saber stopped in Lu Ming's hand and could not move. This, Han Zhong, the 2 burly men, and the middle-aged woman's eyes almost popped out. That was a slash from a 5th-level martial emperor. A 3rd-level martial emperor would definitely be killed by that slash, and a 4th-level martial emperor would be severely injured. However, Lu Ming had extended 2 fingers and easily caught the saber. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of combat strength was this? The other party's people were also dumbfounded. The person at the 5th-level martial emperor realm was even more terrified. He was well aware of the power of his blade. However, Lu Ming's finger was as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how he unleashed his power, he could not move an inch. Go, leave quickly. The LV5 Martial Emperor Realm expert roared. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying expert. If he didn't leave, he would die. He abandoned his saber and retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming said calmly and squeezed his fingers hard. Buzz! The saber shattered into 6 pieces and shot out. Each piece was aimed at one of the opponents. Blood splattered everywhere. The 6 experts, no matter if they were at LV3, LV4, or LV5 Martial Royal Realm, were all pierced through by the fragments of the saber and died on the spot. Han Zhong, the 2 burly men, and the middle-aged woman were all dumbfounded. Among the 6 experts, the weakest one was not weaker than Han Zhong. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming did not even take a step. Their bodies turned cold. They understood that they had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? 7th-level Martial Emperor, 8th-level Martial Emperor, or even stronger? They only reacted after a long time. Lu Ming, it's my fault previously. You're a magnanimous person, so please don't hold it against me. One of the burly men's face was flushed red as he apologized to Lu Ming. Previously, he was indignant about Lu Ming not joining them and ridiculed Lu Ming for being too arrogant. However, they realized that Lu Ming was not arrogant. He clearly had the ability and did not think highly of them. With their abilities, they were of no help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not seem to mind. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage rings of the 6 men and said, "Let's go to Wuyuan Mountain." The group continued on their way to Wuyuan Mountain. However, Han Zhong and the rest's attitude towards Lu Ming and Xiao Yu had changed drastically. They were now extremely reverent. After crossing a few mountain ranges, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of them, piercing through the clouds. They had arrived at Wuyuan Mountain. Yuan continent's expert. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could see that there was a huge tree at the peak of Wuyuan Mountain. It was glowing with a crystal-like light, like a divine tree. On the branches of the tree, there were 9 fruits. They were as red as fire jade, and the smell of medicine assailed the nose. This was the Holy Spirit fruit. However, it had not ripened yet. Around the mountain peak, figures could be seen flashing from time to time. They were all treasure-hunting groups. However, the Holy Spirit fruit had yet to ripen. An unripe Holy Spirit fruit was completely useless. Hence, everyone was waiting for the Holy Spirit fruit to ripen. Lu Ming and the rest also flew forward. Boom! All! In the forest ahead, a fierce battle broke out. It was 2 treasure-hunting groups fighting each other, and people were killed from time to time. Not long after, one of the treasure-hunting groups was killed. Their storage rings were taken away, and their corpses would be left here forever. The victorious treasure hunting team also discovered Lu Ming and the rest. They swept a cold glance at them and then left in a flash. As they neared Yuan Mountain, more and more treasure hunting groups appeared. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and discovered at least 100 treasure hunting groups with more than 1,000 people. These people sized each other up with cold gazes, but they didn't make a move. It was obvious that they were all waiting for the moment when the Holy Spirit fruit ripened. Once the Holy Spirit fruit ripened, there would most likely be a brutal battle. However, for the sake of the Holy Spirit fruit, everything was worth it. A Holy Spirit fruit could create a Saint Realm expert. 9 Holy Spirit fruits were equivalent to 9 Sage State experts. Although the world had changed greatly and everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed, the Saint Realm was still very rare. Every Saint Realm expert was a top expert. Of course, this did not include the experts from the Yuan continent. They were only from the Divine Wilderness continent. The experts from the Yuan continent were too strong. There was no way to compare. Suddenly, a group of people walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was an expert. This was a very powerful treasure hunting group. How dare a weak treasure hunting group like you try to snatch the Holy Spirit fruit? You really don't know what's good for you. Hand over your storage rings and scram. A brawny man in his 30s berated. The faces of Han Zhong and the others turned pale. This treasure hunting group was too powerful. It was obviously much stronger than the one that had attacked them before. In the face of such a treasure hunting group, they had no choice but to agree to their request. They could not help but look at Lu Ming. They hoped that Lu Ming could create a miracle because they were not willing to hand over their storage rings. The gains in the storage ring were all exchanged with their lives. What's wrong? Why aren't you handing over your storage rings? Do you want to die? The burly man's voice turned cold. The other members of the treasure hunting team sneered as they watched. The treasure hunting team was a profession that had only appeared in recent years. They traveled through all kinds of dangerous famous mountains and rivers and were used to seeing life and death battles. Without strength, there was only death. Get lost. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was from Lu Ming. The burly man was stunned. He looked at Lu Ming and thought that he had heard wrongly. This kid actually told him to get lost? Was he crazy? Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. The brawny man had a cultivation of the 7th level Martial Emperor Realm. The terrifying pressure made the other members of the treasure hunting group change their expressions. Many of them had grave expressions. ALV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert was considered a top expert among all the treasure hunting groups. The pressure of a 7th level Martial Emperor kept pressing down on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu were calm and relaxed. As for Han Zhong and the other 3, their expressions changed drastically and their bodies trembled as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Brat, die! The burly man roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. I'm dead, Lu Ming said faintly. A ray of death flashed in his eyes. Then, a ray of death light suddenly appeared on the burly man's body and enveloped him. All! The brawny man let out a hoarse roar, and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps were heard. ALV-7 Martial Royal Realm expert had been killed and turned into ashes. More importantly, no one could see how Lu Ming had attacked. Gulu! Han Zhong and the other 3 swallowed their saliva in shock. It seemed that Lu Ming's abilities far exceeded their imagination. Do you all want to die too? Lu Ming looked at the remaining members of the treasure hunting team. Those people's expressions changed and they retreated in a frenzy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They didn't dare to attack. The others looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of respect. This was the outcome that Lu Ming wanted. In this way, others would not dare to have any ideas about them. It would save them a lot of trouble. Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. Could it be an expert from the Yuan continent? That's impossible. Every one of them from the Yuan continent is extremely terrifying. Ordinary Saint Realm experts are like ants in front of them. There are no weaklings. That's right, but this young man looks so young, yet he has such strength. Could he be one of the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness continent? No, I've seen all of the top 10 heavens favorites. I don't think there's such a person. Some people were discussing in low voices. The top 10 heavens favorites? Lu Ming revealed a look of interest. Everyone continued to wait. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a deafening bull's roar came from the distant horizon. Then, everyone saw 5 or 6 giant bulls the size of mountains running toward them. The void rumbled as they stepped on it. They were only 5 or 6 bulls, but they were like an army of thousands. The speed of the 5 or 6 giant bulls was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above Yuan mountain. Then, the giant bulls' bodies rapidly transformed into 6 burly men. Their terrifying auras burst out, causing everyone's expression to change. It's the experts from the Divine Ox Palace. Someone exclaimed in fear. Roar! Roar! At this time, the roars of beasts came from the other side. Everyone saw a few giant wolves pulling a chariot. They arrived in the sky above Yuan mountain in the blink of an eye. In the chariot, there were 7 brawny men dressed in animal skins. It's the people from Manlong Palace. Someone exclaimed. Emperor-to-be, absolute saint in the Great Circle. Lu Ming's eyes glowed. He could tell the cultivation of these people with a single glance. Half of them were emperor-to-be experts, and the rest were complete absolute saints. This was definitely not a native of the Divine Wilderness continent. The Divine Wilderness continent had only been revived for less than 10 years, so it was impossible for such a powerful existence to be born. Most of these people came from the Yuan continent. To Lu Ming's surprise, these people were not from the Azure continent, the Emperor continent, or the Cloud continent. Could it be that other than the Azure continent, the Cloud continent, and the Emperor continent, there are other places that have teleportation arrays that lead to the continent cluster of the Divine Ruins? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 2166. Time to make a move immediately. Lu Ming asked Han Zhong how many factions from the Yuan continent were in the Divine Wilderness. Han Zhong told him that there were 3 forces from the Yuan continent. All of them were very powerful and had terrifying commanders. They were the supreme martial sovereigns who were invincible in the world. The 3 factions each occupied one side, splitting up the Divine Wilderness continent. Among them, the Divine Ox Palace occupied the best position, which was part of the East continent and the Central continent. Manlong Palace and Sovereign Race occupied other territories. Among them, the imperial family occupied most of the Central continent. For example, the Imperial Dragon City of the Dragon Alliance was under their control. The monarch race. Lu Ming's eyes burst out with a brilliant glow. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, more beams of light shot over from the sky in the distance, and more figures appeared in the sky. A few of them were wearing emperor robes and jade crowns on their heads, like emperors. There were a few others who were exceptionally burly and covered in a thick layer of iron armor. There was also a black light permeating the air, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. D family, and evil god clan. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. It really was the Di family. It seemed like Sakra Dishi had really come to the Divine Wilderness continent. Others might not be able to see through the people who were covered in armor, but Lu Ming could tell with one glance that they were from the evil god race. It was obvious that Sakra Asia had brought a group of strong cultivators to the Divine Wilderness continent and occupied a large area of territory. Even the Imperial Dragon City was occupied by Sakra Asia. I heard that De, the overlord of a region, came from the monarch race. Han Zhong said in a low voice. I didn't expect you guys to be here. A burly man from the Divine Ox Palace said. These 9 Holy Spirit fruits are not bad. Our sovereign race will be taking them. A person from the sovereign race spoke. You guys want it? What a joke. These 9 Holy Spirit fruits belong to our Manlong Palace. A burly man from the Manlong Hall said. Powerful auras erupted from the 3 sides as they stood in confrontation. Everyone in the treasure hunting team sighed. They knew that with the arrival of the experts from the 3 great forces of the Yuan continent, they had no hope. These people were all too strong. Any one of them could easily defeat all of them. What do these absolute saints and quasi-emperors want the Holy Spirit fruit for? Lu Ming had some doubts. Although the Holy Spirit fruit was rare, it wasn't of much use to absolute saints and emperor-to-be realm cultivators. Unless it was used to cultivate the younger generation. These lowly ants are really an eyesore here. Why don't we get rid of them first? At this moment, a sovereign race member looked at everyone in the treasure hunting group with a condescending gaze and a hint of disgust. The divine wilderness mainland was just a corner of the barren lands. To them, they were as lowly as ants. That's good, so these people won't be a hindrance here. One of the divine ox palace's people said indifferently. Not good. Everyone in the treasure hunting team was shocked. Senior, we have no intention of fighting with you for the Holy Spirit fruit. Well, leave immediately. Senior, well, leave immediately. Many people shouted in fear and retreated frantically. Are you ants qualified to compete with us for the Holy Spirit fruit? A sovereign race expert sneered and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, a bright sword light burst forth and slashed in a direction. All, help. Don't. Screams came from that direction. They couldn't resist at all. No matter how high or low their cultivation was, they were all killed in an instant. More than a dozen people were killed in an instant. Ha ha ha. The sovereign race's expert laughed. To them, the people of the divine wilderness mainland were not humans, but ants that could be killed at will. Bang! The divine ox palace's powerhouses also stepped out, planning to attack. Let's go, Lu Ming. Let's go. Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he roared. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. On top of Yuan mountain, the big tree emitted a bright light. Among them, 9 Holy Spirit fruits were even more brilliant. Rays of multicolored light circulated, and the medicinal fragrance was incomparably dense, spreading in all directions. The Holy Spirit fruit was about to ripen. The sovereign race and divine ox palace's powerhouses all stopped in their tracks and looked at the Holy Spirit fruit. Everyone let out a long breath. They knew that they were saved. The strong practitioners of the Yuan continent no longer had the mood to deal with them. The Holy Spirit fruit is ours. The sovereign race's experts all pounced towards the divine spirit fruit tree. Get lost. The experts from the divine ox palace and the savage dragon hall also charged over. Boom! Boom! In order to fight for the Holy Spirit fruit, the powerhouses from the 3 sides entered a chaotic battle. A terrifying battle erupted in the sky above Yuan mountain. So terrifying. Is this the peak existence of the sage realm? He's really too strong. I heard that the saint realm is divided into bright saint, great saint, absolute saint, and emperor-to-be, which is martial emperor. These people are absolute saint and emperor-to-be. That's right. An emperor-to-be can form a river of laws. The experts of the Yuan continent are too strong. Many people shouted. Back then, no one in the divine wilderness continent knew about this. At that time, a LV1 martial royal realm expert would be an overlord, and a LV3 martial royal realm expert would be a legend. Not to mention the saint realm. In everyone's impression, the saint realm was a legend. No one knew the specific division of the saint realm. But now, the world had recovered and everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Yuan continent had descended. Naturally, the martial arts realm above that was also spread. The battle between the 3 sides was extremely intense. Lu Ming, let's take this opportunity and leave. Han Zhong was kind enough to tell Lu Ming and the rest to run away. If the sovereign race and the other two forces won, they would be finished. Let's go. We came here for the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit has ripened. It would be a pity if we leave without picking a few. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Han Zhong and the rest, he walked towards the divine spiritual fruit tree. Qiu Yu followed closely behind Lu Ming. Han Zhong and the other three were tongue-tied, completely stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to pick the Holy Spirit fruit when he was facing the powerhouses from the three forces. This was an act of courting death. He was definitely courting death. The three forces came from the Yuan continent and some of them were emperor-to-be experts. They were so strong that they could be killed with just a breath. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for an absolute saint or an emperor-to-be. It was impossible. The strongest native cultivators of the divine wilderness continent had only just broken through to the bright saint realm. Compared to the people of the Yuan continent, they were far too inferior. Even if Lu Ming was from the Yuan continent, he was so young. How could he compete with an emperor-to-be? Not only them, the other members of the treasure hunting team also saw Lu Ming and Qiu Yu walking towards the divine spirit fruit tree. All of them were stunned. What are the two of them doing? Don't tell me you're trying to fish in troubled waters and pick the Holy Spirit fruit. You're looking for death. You're looking for death. He's really blinded by lard. He's simply crazy. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was courting death. He was dead for sure. Picking a spirit fruit under the eyes of some absolute saints and emperors-to-be was courting death. Many people did not leave. They wanted to see how Lu Ming and Qiu Yu would be killed. Black-faced Grim Reaper Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the divine spirit fruit tree. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and with a grab, a huge hand condensed and grabbed one of the Holy Spirit fruits, putting it away. Then, he tried to grab the second one. You're looking for death. One of the sovereign race's experts shouted and slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. This was an expert in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. In the eyes of everyone in the divine wilderness continent, this sword was extremely terrifying. It was completely impossible to resist. Even if they were hit by a sliver of the sword's sharpness, they would be crushed to pieces. That brat is dead. Someone sneered. Han Zhong and the other three also shook their heads and sighed. But the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He slapped out with his palm and shattered the sword light. Then, he grabbed another Holy Spirit fruit with his palm. Block. He blocked it. No. He didn't block it, but shattered the sword light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Zhong and the other three were the same. Not only did Lu Ming block the sword gleam, but he also shattered it with one palm. He looked very relaxed. The sovereign race expert's eyes narrowed, and then a cold killing intent burst forth. Kill. He abandoned his opponent and charged at Lu Ming with the emperor's sword in his hand. The sword's radiance soared into the sky and he slashed at Lu Ming. Illusionary spirit. Lu Ming muttered. He took a step in the air and countless runes appeared. Then, these runes turned into a black shadow. It was like a death god holding a death scythe. It was really formed from the Array Dao Law's illusionary spirit scroll. The illusionary spirit scroll could create any living being. Lu Ming had used the illusionary spirit scroll to create a death god. The Grim Reaper wielded his scythe and slashed at the monarch race expert. The first slash caused the monarch race expert to retreat and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The second slash caused his head to be separated from his body and he died a violent death. Gulu. Gulp. The sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard. Everyone was really shocked. The scene was deathly silent. An expert in the great circle of the absolute saint stage was invincible in the eyes of the people of the divine wilderness continent. But now, Lu Ming had condensed a death god and killed him in 2 strikes. What kind of combat strength was this? Could this young man be an emperor-to-be? This scene made the people from the other 3 forces of the Yuan continent reveal solemn expressions. After Lu Ming killed one of the monarch race's members, he reached for the 3rd Holy Spirit fruit. Everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this man first before we fight for the Holy Spirit fruit? An emperor-to-be from the monarch race said. That's what one was thinking. This person has no respect for anyone and doesn't put us in his eyes at all. He should be killed. One of the Divine Ox Palace's people said indifferently. Very soon, the 3 parties came to an agreement. They stopped fighting and then suddenly charged toward Lu Ming. Brat, how dare you kill the people of my monarch race? Die! You dare to pluck the Holy Spirit fruit? Kill! Kill! The experts from the sovereign race, Divine Ox Palace, and Manlong Palace all charged at Lu Ming, including the emperor-to-be. Their power was terrifying. Even if Lu Ming was an emperor-to-be, he would be blown up in an instant. However, although Lu Ming was an emperor-to-be, he was not an ordinary one. Boom! Lu Ming exploded and struck out with his palm. This palm was like a heavenly blade, even the space was cut open. One had to know that the current divine wilderness continent was no longer the same as it was in the past. The current space was extremely stable and was not any weaker than the Yuan continent. Even an emperor-to-be couldn't break the space. Everyone's attacks were completely routed. A terrifying power gushed out, and nearly 20 experts were severely injured. Their bodies trembled violently, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. A few of the weaker ones exploded. Illusionary spirit. Then, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed. Countless runes appeared and turned into dozens of death gods. These death gods were not simply condensed from array Dao laws. There were also other laws contained within. Dozens of grim reapers charged toward the people from the 3 forces. Blood splattered everywhere, and heads rolled. The people from the 3 forces had been severely injured by Lu Ming with one move. How could they withstand the attack of the death god? They were killed one by one. In just a few breaths, all the experts from the 3 forces were killed. Not a single one was left. Lu Ming plucked the 9 Holy Spirit fruits one by one. It seems like the legends were wrong. It's impossible for a Holy Spirit fruit to directly create a Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming grabbed the last Holy Spirit fruit and studied it carefully. With Lu Ming's current vision and his understanding of the alchemy Dao laws, he could see the effects of some sacred elixirs very clearly. It was impossible for the Holy Spirit fruit to be like the legends, where one could directly create a Saint Realm expert after consuming it. However, if a person in the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm took it, it could indeed increase the chances of becoming a saint and condensing the saint heart. Speaking of which, it was also a rare fruit. At this moment, everyone was petrified. Some of them rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. Many of the experts from the 3 forces of the Yuan continent, including many emperor-to-be, were killed by Lu Ming. Especially Han Zhong and the other 3, they were extremely shocked. Lu Ming had come with them. The burly man, who had mocked Lu Ming previously, was in a cold sweat and was filled with fear. If Lu Ming wanted to argue with him, he could blow him to death with a breath. Qiu, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked over with Qiu. When he passed by Han Zhong and the other 3, he waved his hand and a wave of energy wrapped around the 4 of them, bringing them away into the sky. The others only reacted after a long while and immediately burst into an uproar. They guessed that Lu Ming should be an expert from the Yuan continent. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. However, they did not know Lu Ming's name. Therefore, the name Black-Faced Grim Reaper spread and shook the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming brought Han Zhong and the other 3 to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. They only stopped after they had left the mountain range. Alright, this place is safe. Lu Ming said indifferently and then left with Qiu. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Han Zhong and the other 3 were in a daze, and then they sighed. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu headed south. They soon left the northern plains and arrived at the central continent. The central continent was extremely prosperous, with many large cities standing between heaven and earth. This was something that didn't exist in the past. It was obviously built in recent years. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu found a large city and entered it. Lu Ming wanted to find out the specific situation of the Dragon Alliance and how the people in the Dragon Alliance were doing. The best place to gather information was a restaurant. This was a human's characteristic. In a restaurant, one could reveal many secrets by eating and drinking while chatting. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu entered a large restaurant and ordered some food and wine. Lu Ming spread his spiritual sense and listened to the others chatting. A series of voices entered Lu Ming's ears. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard some useful information. The Divine Wilderness new generation of Elite A series of voices entered Lu Ming's ears. It's really a great era now. The world has changed, precious medicine is everywhere, and strong people have emerged in large numbers. This has allowed my cultivation to break through to the martial royal realm. A white-haired old man sighed, his eyes complicated. Originally, with his talent, he could only break through to the spiritual god realm, and his lifespan was limited. However, when he was about to die, the world changed and all living things were revived. His cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds, and he even entered the martial royal realm not long ago. His lifespan increased greatly, so how could he not be amazed? The origin chi in this world was rich. Not only did it increase his cultivation speed, but there were also saint fruits that could transform his bloodline and evolve. It was terrifying. However, even though there were only a few of them, there were still many people who obtained them, and their talents increased greatly. Yes, the cultivation environment today is too good. In the past, it would be hard to imagine. Can't you see that even the strong people of the Yuan continent have come to occupy the territory? Speaking of this, there's a big event that's about to start soon. It's about the three major powers of the Yuan continent. I heard that the three major powers of the Yuan continent will have a showdown in 3 months to redivide the territories. There's such a thing. Many people in the restaurant were shocked. I heard about it from the grapevine. I guess it will be revealed to the public soon. The East Baron is undoubtedly the best place now. Many people are coveting it. Now, it has been occupied by the Divine Ox Palace. The Monarch race and the Barbaric Dragon Temple both want to occupy the East Baron. There will definitely be a battle, that's right. However, the three major powers of the Yuan continent seem to be on par with each other in terms of strength. Once the war starts, there will be heavy casualties. No, one heard that the three superpowers will use a special method this time. The three superpowers will each send out their young elites to fight, and they must be elites from the Divine Wilderness continent. The territory will be allocated according to the battle results. There's actually such a thing. It's a battle between the young elites of the Divine Wilderness. It looks like there will be a good show to watch in 3 months. In the restaurant, many people were interested and gathered around the person who knew the news. Being surrounded by people, that person was very pleased and spoke a lot more. That person said that the duel in 3 months would most likely be held at the original headquarters of the Dragon Alliance, the Imperial Dragon City. And now, the Imperial Dragon City was occupied by Sakra. I wonder how's our parents? Are they in Dragon Emperor City? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was also worried. Speaking of elites, the Divine Wilderness is now filled with elites, especially the top 10. They are all dragons and phoenixes among themselves, with unfathomable cultivation levels. That's right. I heard that the top 10 heaven's favorites have all entered the sect of a Yuan continent expert. How can they not be strong? Especially the number 1 heaven's favorite, Ren Qianqing. He's an unparalleled heaven's favorite that's rarely seen throughout the ages. His talent is unparalleled, and even Sakra personally accepted him as a disciple. Yes, speaking of Ren Qianqing, he's indeed an amazing person. No one can compare to him today. In my opinion, only the former leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, can be compared to Ren Qianqing. Indeed. The crowd continued their discussion. At the end of the discussion, they actually talked about Lu Ming. They had no idea that the person in question was sitting there. A bunch of ignorant people. What do you know? At this moment, a sneer was heard throughout the restaurant. Then, a young man walked out of a private room. This person was thin and his eyes were long and narrow. When he opened and closed his eyes, a sharp light flashed. Then, young master, what do you think? One of the old men who had been discussing earlier cupped his fists and said. A bunch of idiots. How dare they talk about the heroes of the world? Who the hell is that Lu Ming? How can he be compared to Ren Qianqing? He's not even fit to carry Ren Qianxing's shoes. Let's not talk about Ren Qianqing. Which of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts can Lu Ming compare to? The skinny young man sneered. The other people's faces changed. However, thinking about it, times were different now. What was Lu Ming's cultivation level back then? They hadn't even reached the martial royal realm yet. Now, the top 10 talents all had unfathomable cultivation. It was said that many of them had reached the half-saint realm. The difference was too great. The achievements of the paragons today were indeed far above Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming were still here, any one of the top 10 prodigies would be able to suppress him with a flip of their hands. The skinny young man said. What a big mouth. The Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance is number 1 throughout the ages. How can those so-called geniuses be compared to him? What a joke. At this time, a cold voice was heard. Who's there? Get out here. The skinny young man shouted coldly. Then, footsteps were heard from the stairs of the restaurant, and 2 young men and women walked up. Xiao Shan, Xiao Rou. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was very surprised. The 2 young men and women were Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou. What a coincidence, he didn't expect to meet her here. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the 2 of them had matured a lot. They looked to be in their 20s and had extraordinary bearings. However, both of them had anger on their faces. They were furious that Lu Ming was humiliated. Who are you? The skinny young man asked with a sneer. Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaorou. The 2 of them reported their names. So, it's you two. The 2 legendary disciples of Lu Ming. Why? To seek justice for your master. But I'm telling the truth. Your master might have been good in the past, but now, he's just average. How can he compare to the 10 prodigies? The skinny young man sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Before the world changed, my master came from an isolated place in the Eastern Barren territory. He went against the flow and fought against the heroes of the world. In the end, he even defeated all the overlords in the divine wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance. Such a battle record has never been seen before. Who can compare to him? The so-called top 10 heavens favorites now only have some achievements because of the good environment and the guidance of the strong people in the Yuan continent. Compared to my master, they are nothing. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted. Impudent. The skinny young man shouted, and his body was filled with cold killing intent. Kneel down, slap your own mouth, and take back what you just said. I'm just speaking the truth. If my master hadn't left, how could there be any of the 10 proud sons of heaven? Back then, when my master was still around, what was Ren Qianqing? He didn't even have the right to meet my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan sneered. He stood straight and was not afraid of the other party. He really knows how to flatter himself. Today, Li Ku will experience the skills of the disciple of the Dragon Alliance master. The skinny young man's face turned even colder. His killing intent flashed and his aura turned cold, causing the temperature above the restaurant to drop sharply. What? He's Li Ku, one of the top 10 chosen. After the skinny young man reported his name, someone exclaimed. This skinny young man was actually one of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so angry when Zhuang Shaoshan said that the top 10 talents were not as good as him. I heard that Li is a staunch supporter of Ren Qianqing, and has a very good relationship with him. Someone else whispered. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Zaira's faces also became serious. Wash your neck clean and wait. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao both understood that the top 10 talents of the divine wilderness were all very talented. Most importantly, they were disciples of a strong person in the Yuan continent and had cultivated powerful domain techniques. Their combat power was unfathomable and they were probably no match for them. However, now that it concerned Lu Ming's reputation, they had no choice but to fight. Let's go out and fight. Zhuang Shaoshan opened his mouth and then flew out of the window in a flash. Zhuang Xiao was also there. Hee hee. Li Ke's eyes flashed with a cold light as he flew out as well. Let's go and take a look. The people in the restaurant also flew out one after another, wanting to watch the show. Qiu, let's go out too. Lu Ming said to Qiu. Qiu nodded, and the two of them flew out of the restaurant. Lu Ming could tell that Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were not Li Ke's match. Now, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Zaira's cultivation was at LV8 martial royal realm. Compared to back then, he was already many times stronger. Originally, with their talent, it would have been difficult for them to reach this step. But now, the world had changed. At the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, before the Yuan continent experts arrived, the Dragon Alliance was the ruler of the divine wilderness continent. They must have obtained many sacred herbs and spiritual roots. As Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao must have benefited greatly. It was not surprising that their cultivation had reached such a level. However, Li Ke was even more powerful. His cultivation was already at the first stage of the half-saint realm, so he was much stronger than the two of them. In the sky, Zhuang Shaoshan, Zhuang Xiao, and Li Ke stood opposite each other. The surroundings were filled with people. When many people heard that one of them was Li Ke, one of the top 10 prodigies, and the other was the disciple of Lu Ming, the former leader of the Dragon Alliance, they were immediately interested. You two, come at me together. Let's end this quickly. I still want to go and drink. Li Ke said confidently. I'll deal with you alone. Zhuang Shaoshan stepped forward and a long spear appeared in his hand. Boom! With a press of the long spear, the earth domain spread out and crushed toward Li Ke. Small tricks. Li Ke sneered. The sword in his hand burst into light and shot up into the sky. Zhuang Zaishan's earth territory was directly split open by Li Ke's sword light. Zhuang Zaishan's figure retreated rapidly, but there was a sword wound on his chest, and blood was flowing out. Zhuang Shaoshan was injured in one move. Ha ha ha, you're really trash. You can't even block one move. This is Lu Ming's disciple. I can tell from you that Lu Ming isn't much. You guys even bragged about how powerful he is. Li Ke laughed, his voice full of mockery. Don't insult my master. I'm not as talented as my master. Zhuang Shaoshan shouted, his eyes red. You're still bragging. One said, you two can come at me together. Li Ke looked at Zhuang Xiao and said in disdain. Zhuang Xiao stepped forward and stood next to Zhuang Shaoshan. Boom! Boom! The two sides started fighting again. This time, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao fought together. However, they were still no match for him. After a few moves, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were defeated and retreated while vomiting blood. Ha ha ha, you're really trash. You can't even withstand a single blow. Even if your master were here, he wouldn't be my opponent. Li Ke laughed wildly. Shut up. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao shouted. You've already been defeated, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. I'll completely cripple the two of you today and turn you into true trash. Li Ke's eyes turned cold as he rushed toward Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao. His sword light burst forth with amazing power. "I'm going to kill you." Zhuang Shaoshan roared as he swept his spear out with the force of Mount Tai. "Shaoshan, Xiaorou, your talents are still lacking." In the crowd, Lu Ming shook his head. Then, he took a step forward and a surge of energy gushed out and silently flowed into Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Apart from Qiu Yu, no one else noticed this. "Small tricks, break." Li Ke shouted arrogantly, and his sword light burst forth. He wanted to break Zhuang Xiao's spear momentum with one move and cripple Zhuang Shaoshan. Boom! Suddenly, the power of Zhuang Xiaoshan's spear increased dramatically. The spear light was dazzling and turned into 1,000 meters long, like a mountain range, pressing down on Li Ke. Li Ke's sword light was like a candle flame that was extinguished as soon as it appeared. "How is this possible?" "Ah!" Li Ke shouted in disbelief. Then, Zhuang Xiao's spear force pressed down, and Li Ke was smashed to the ground like a dead dog. He smashed a big hole in the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on?" Zhuang Shaoshan himself was stunned. He suddenly felt a surge of power flowing into his body, making his power surge. "Someone is helping me." Zhuang Shaoshan immediately thought of this. Zhuang Xiaorou was also dumbfounded. How did Zhuang Shaoshan suddenly become so awesome? Around them, the others were also dumbfounded. Just now, Zhuang Shaoshan was completely suppressed by Li Ke and couldn't fight back. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Shaoshan seemed to have become a different person. He completely crushed Li Ke and injured him with one move. What was going on? Boom! How could Zhuang Shaoshan miss such an opportunity? He took a step forward, and a terrifying force crushed towards Li Ke. Li Ke let out a long cry and used all his strength to resist. However, Zhuang Shaoshan was now supported by Lu Ming's power. How could he resist him? The powerful force was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. Li Ke was like a toad. His four limbs were on the ground and he kept twisting and turning, but it was useless. Under the pressure, he screamed and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't be more miserable. Who is it? Who is helping him? My master is a quasi-emperor from the monarch race. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Ke shouted. He was not stupid. He immediately thought that there must be a master who was helping Zhuang Shaoshan in the dark. Otherwise, Zhuang Xiaoshan's power could not have suddenly increased. The surrounding spectators also came to a realization. It was likely that someone was helping Zhuang Shaoshan in secret. Who is it? If you have the ability, then come out. You won't have a good end for going against my monarch race. Li Ke shouted. He, you are from the divine wilderness continent. When did you become a member of the sovereign race? Perhaps you are just a dog of the sovereign race? A faint voice was heard and Lu Ming stepped out. You were the one who attacked. Li Ke glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly, which was equivalent to a silent agreement. You dare to go against the Di family? The Di family will not let you off. Li Ke roared. Di family, one will go there sooner or later. Ask Di Shi Tian to wash his neck and wait. Lu Ming said coldly, his killing intent strong. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was too arrogant. He told Sakra to wash his neck and wait. What kind of person was Sakra? A martial emperor expert, a peerless expert from the Yuan continent. This dark-skinned youth was too arrogant. Also, 3 months later, the two of them will challenge you in the Imperial Dragon City and defeat you with their own cultivation. So, one won't kill you today. Get lost. Let's go. Lu Ming continued. With a thought, a wave of energy spread out. Li Ke screamed and his body flew out tens of thousands of meters. No one knew where he landed. Chapter 2170 Reunion. Many people turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked very young, but his abilities were really unfathomable. Previously, he had helped Zhuang Shaoshan secretly and was able to crush Li Ku. How strong must his cultivation be? However, his tone was indeed too arrogant. He actually wanted Sakra to wash his neck clean and wait for death. He was really arrogant without limits. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just spouting nonsense to satisfy his mouth. Many thanks. Senior, please help me. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro came over and thanked Lu Ming. At the same time, they were also very surprised. They had never seen Lu Ming before and did not know why he helped them. Follow me. Lu Ming said. Then, he turned and walked out of the city. Qiu Yu followed Lu Ming. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro looked at each other and then followed Lu Ming obediently. Very quickly, they left the city and came to a remote area. There was no one here. Lu Ming stopped and turned around. It's been many years since we've met. You two little fellows, Lu Ming said with a smile. Now, he did not hide his voice and it returned to his original voice. Upon hearing this voice, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiao's bodies trembled violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and then, their disbelief turned into endless joy. Ma! Master, is it really you? Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, which had not changed much since more than 10 years ago, the two of them trembled even more violently. Master, you. He's back. The two of them were incoherent, especially Zhuang Xiaoro, who was so excited that tears kept falling. You're still crying. You're already so old. Lu Ming smiled and shed tears for Zhuang Xiaoro. After a long time, the siblings' emotions finally stabilized. Master, when did you return? Why didn't you inform us? Zhuang Xiaoro smiled. I just came back. The moment I came back, one found that the world had changed greatly. I was afraid that you would be controlled by the strong practitioners of the Yuan continent, so one didn't send a message. One wanted to secretly gather information. Lu Ming asked, what's the situation now? Are Xia Luan and the others all right? And my parents? Senior Xia Yuan and the others have always been under the control of the monarch race and forced to work for them. On the other hand, Grand Teacher and Grand Teacher are fine. They're just nearby. Zhuang Shaoshan said. The Great-Grandmaster and Great-Grandmaster he was talking about were Lu Ming's parents. My parents are not far away. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Yes, Grand Teacher and Grand Teacher's cultivation is relatively weak, so the sovereign race didn't pay much attention to them. They left the Imperial Dragon City a long time ago, and they still have time to go in with Senior Mo Tian. Zhuang Xiaoro said. Senior Mo Tian, fatty. Let's go, take me there. Lu Ming said. Immediately, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro took Lu Ming and Qiu Yu and flew towards the south. On the way, Qiu Yu had also returned to her original appearance. The Zhuang siblings were so surprised that they almost called Qiu Yu Master's wife. He only found out about Qiu Yu's true identity after that. On the way, Lu Ming asked the siblings about what had happened in the past few years in detail. The siblings shared their thoughts in detail, allowing Lu Ming to understand more about the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was majestic and vast. They flew all the way to a valley. In the distance, he could see a few wooden houses in the valley. Great Teacher, Great Teacher's wife, from afar, the Zhuang siblings cried out. A figure walked out of the wooden house. From afar, Lu Ming could see his parents. It's Xiao Shan. Xiao Rou has returned, Li Ping smiled. However, at the next moment, Li Ping's voice stopped abruptly. She saw Lu Ming and could not look away. At the same time, Lu Yuntian also saw Lu Ming. Just like Li Ping, he could not shift his gaze away. Ming-er, it's really you. Ming-er, you're back. Old man, help me take a look. Am I seeing things? I'm seeing Ming again. Li Ping mumbled to herself. As she spoke, her tears flowed down. You're not seeing things, Ming really is back. Lu Yuntian said, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Ming also felt a lump in his throat. It had been more than 10 years since they parted in a hurry. Although the concept of time in the world of martial Dao was different from that of ordinary people, and a closed-door cultivation could last a few years, it had been more than 10 years since he last saw the two elders. They must have missed him a lot. Moreover, Lu Ming was going to the Yuan continent alone. The danger was unknown. It would be strange if they were not worried. Father, mother. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came before the two elders. Li Ping pulled Lu Ming and sized him up carefully. She was completely speechless and her tears flowed. I say, why are you crying? It's a good thing that Ming is back. Why do you keep crying? You're really a woman, Lu Yuntian said. However, tears were also welling up in his eyes. Ming let your friend come in and have seat. As Lu Yuntian spoke, he turned to look at Qiu Yu. The moment he saw her, he was stunned. Autumn. Qiu Yu. Lu Yuntian was in slight disbelief. Li Ping's gaze also turned to Qiu Yu, and she was stunned. Qiu Yu, it's really you. You're back too. Li Ping was extremely surprised. Qiu Yu's eyes were already filled with tears, and she could not hold it in at this time. She rushed into Li Ping's arms, and her eyes fell as she said, Madam, Master, Qiu Yu is back, Qiu Yu is back to see you. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Li Ping caressed Qiu Yu's beautiful hair and was extremely happy. In their hearts, Qiu Yu was like their daughter. However, it had been almost 20 years since they last saw her. Now that they had met again, they were naturally excited. After a long time, everyone's emotions finally calmed down. Li Ping held Qiu Yu's hand and asked her all sorts of questions. Lu Ming, ha, it's really you. At this moment, two burly figures flew over. Lu Ming took a look and smiled. Who else could it be but Fatty Kong Jin? The other one was the Devil Sky Emperor. Of course, Lu Ming's gaze swept across and realized that the Devil Sky Emperor was no longer an emperor. His cultivation had already reached the lower tier of the Bright Saint realm. Thinking about it, it was true. Back when the original energy was scarce, anyone who could break through to the martial royal realm was definitely the best in terms of talent, wisdom, perseverance, and so on. Moreover, at the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, those martial emperors also had an absolute advantage and could obtain a large amount of resources. Thus, it was not surprising that the demonic sky sovereign had broken through to the saint realm. It was likely that the emperors of that era had all broken through to the saint plane. As for Fatty Kong, his cultivation was different from before. He had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, his body had become even fatter, and he looked like a meat bale. Fatty. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha. Come, give me a hug. The fat man rushed over and crashed into Lu Ming like a body. The fat on his body jiggled like waves. Lu Ming quickly dodged or he would be suffocated to death. Fatty becomes a saint in the valley. In front of the wooden house, everyone was gathered around a stone table. Fatty took out a large amount of fine wine and delicacies, and everyone ate and talked. Lu Ming understood that the demonic Sky King was used to living in seclusion in the mountains. When he joined the Dragon Alliance, he did not stay in the Imperial Dragon City but in the mountains. After the world changed, he brought Kong Jin with him and obtained a large number of sacred medicines and mutant fruits. His bloodline evolved, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, when the monarch race arrived, he was not in Dragon Emperor City. Therefore, he was not controlled by the monarch race. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, the monarch race did not care much about them, such as Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming, what's your cultivation realm now? The Devil Sky King looked at Lu Ming. This was because he realized that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation level at all. At the same time, he could not see through Qiu Yu's cultivation level at all. He could not help but ask. Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming did not hide anything and spoke frankly. The demonic sky sovereign, Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others were all silent for a moment before they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had actually reached the emperor-to-be realm. To them, this was unimaginable. That Li Ke actually said that master is not as good as them. They really don't even deserve to carry master's shoes. Zhuang Shaoshan said. Lu Ming, the gap between us is really getting bigger and bigger. Kong Jin's face was bitter, as if he had suffered a great blow. Chuyue has already become an emperor. Lu Ming suddenly said. Then, he saw Kong Jin's entire body freeze on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his small eyes were staring at Qiu Yu. The others were not any better. They looked at Qiu Yu in shock. Qiu Yu had actually become an emperor. This was simply unimaginable. In their eyes, martial sovereigns were supreme beings. However, someone was sitting right beside them. I don't want to live anymore, the fatty wailed. Chuyue, you. Did I really become a saint emperor? Li Ping held Qiu Yu's hand in excitement. Now that the world was changing and all living things were recovering, the cultivation level of the divine wilderness continent had increased by several levels. Although Li Ping was born unable to cultivate, she had also reached the spirit ocean tier by now with the accumulation of countless resources. On the other hand, Lu Yunchen's cultivation base was at the spiritual god realm. Therefore, they had a great understanding of the cultivation realms of martial arts. Naturally, they knew what a martial supreme represented. Qiu Yu's face turned red and she said in a small voice, although I've become a saint emperor, I'm still far from young master's strength, sigh, I'm old, I'm really old. The world will belong to you young people in the future. The devil sky sovereign sighed. Everyone drank and chatted, and a few hours quickly passed. In the next few days, Lu Ming would take time to accompany Lu Yuntian and Li Ping and chat with the two elders. A few days later, Lu Ming called for Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro to come to a nearby mountain peak. I heard that in less than 3 months, there will be a battle between the 3 continents. Shaoshan, Xiaoro, I've said before that in 3 months, I'll let you defeat Li Ke with your own hands. Are you confident? Lu Ming said. This. Master, Li Ke is at the first stage of the half-saint realm, while we're at the LV8 martial royal realm. It'll be difficult for us to catch up with him in 3 months. Zhuang Shaoshan whispered. He was still being tactful. His and Zhuang Xi's talents were average. Although they had eaten mutant fruits and their bloodlines had evolved, they were only at the 7th level of divine level bloodlines. Over the years, they had refined a lot of spiritual and sacred herbs to improve their cultivation to this level. However, it was impossible to defeat Li Ke in 3 months. With me here, do you think you can't catch up with Li Ke? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He took out a jade bottle and threw it to Zhuang Shaoshan. There are top-grade nirvana elixirs in here. You and Xiao Rou can refine them separately. One of them is enough to raise the grade of your bloodline to God grade level 9. Many thanks, Master. The 2 siblings were overjoyed and knelt down before Lu Ming. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had given them a peerless treasure pill. Although there were many mutant fruits in the world now, some of which could evolve one's bloodline, the number of such mutant fruits was too small. And now, Lu Ming had taken out an entire bottle. Lu Ming, you. Do you have any spirit pills that are suitable for me? The fatty was extremely envious. He rubbed his chubby hands and looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. Back then, his bloodline had been at the 8th level of the divine level. After consuming the mutant fruit, it had already reached the 9th level of the divine level. There was no need for him to increase the level of his bloodline. Fatty, I will let you break through to the martial saint realm in a few days. Lu Ming smiled. To break through to the martial saint realm in a few days? Is that true? Fatty's eyes began to shine. Of course it's true, but it's a little painful. Let's see if you can bear it. Lu Ming smiled. Of course I can. Who am I? Master Kong Jin. The fat man patted his chest, and his fat trembled like water. All right. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Dian elixir furnace appeared on the ground. He said, let's go in. All? Into the pill furnace? Fatty was dumbfounded. That's right. If you enter, you will be able to break through to the martial saint realm in a few days. Lu Ming said. It's so magical, here I come. The fatty leaped into the furnace and Lu Ming began to activate the furnace. The alchemy fire spread out and enveloped the fatty's entire body. Then, a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered came from the furnace. Fatty kept on shouting. Lu Ming continued to put sacred elixirs into the alchemy furnace. There were also 2 sacred spirit fruits. The sacred spirit fruits could increase the success rate of breaking through to the saint realm and make it easier for one to condense a saint heart. Fatty, stop shouting. Focus on absorbing energy and prepare to break through. Lu Ming said. Fatty endured the pain and began to cultivate. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro also ran to the side, swallowed a nirvana elixir each, and began to refine the elixir. 3 days later, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Zairis bloodlines had successfully evolved under the medicinal power of the nirvana elixir, reaching divine level 9. On his return this time, Lu Ming bought a large number of nirvana pills, all of which were top-notch. Naturally, it would allow their bloodlines to evolve to the peak. Nirvana elixir was an extremely cheap elixir in the Yuan continent. However, in the divine wilderness continent, it was a treasure. At the same time, Fatty's cultivation had reached a critical point. Boom! A powerful aura came out of the Yen elixir furnace. Then, the Fatty rushed out of the elixir furnace and floated in the air, his aura exploding wildly. Ha ha ha, I've broken through, I've finally broken through, I've become a saint. Fatty laughed continuously, he was so excited that he could die. Isn't that number 1 genius Ren Qianqing very arrogant? The next time I see him, I'm going to chop him up with my axe. The fatty continued to laugh, as if he was invincible. You've become a saint. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were also shocked. Then, he admired Lu Ming even more. After a long while, Fatty calmed down and concealed his aura. Fatty, there's a divine art here that's suitable for your laws. Take it and cultivate. Then, Lu Ming threw a jade talisman to the fatty. Chapter 2172 Strength Increase in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming had killed many strong enemies, especially in the ancient Moon Sanctuary, where he had destroyed 5 powerful forces, including the Wind Clan. Each of these forces had been passed down for countless years. They had deep foundations and abundant resources. Lu Ming had obtained a large number of resources. Pills, treasures, saint weapons, monarch weapons, skills, and many more. There were all kinds of divine power techniques of various laws. Lu Ming found a divine power technique that was suitable for Fatty and passed it to him. Fatty was overjoyed and received it happily. Then, Lu Ming took out an axe. It was a great holy weapon and he handed it to the Fatty. Fatty was even more ecstatic. Although the world had changed, it was only because of the rich origin qi and the various sacred medicines that made it easier for him to break through. However, there were still very few divine abilities and weapons. After many people's cultivation increased, they did not have a suitable weapon at all. After the Fatty received it, his eyes narrowed with a smile. He happily ran to the side and started cultivating. As for Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, they were looking at Lu Ming eagerly. There are many sacred elixirs refined in your bodies, but most of the medicinal effects have been deposited in your bodies and have not been refined. This will be a great obstacle to your future cultivation. Enter the pill furnace, and I will help you refine them. At the same time, it will also increase the grade of your spirit bodies. Lu Ming said. The two siblings were shocked. Even the level of a spirit body could be increased. Finally, Zhuang Shaoshan entered the Daoist elixir furnace first. Refine. Lu Ming controlled the law of alchemy and used the alchemy fire to temper Zhuang Xiaoshan's physical body. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased and he could control the alchemy Dao laws and the Daoist elixir furnace, he was more adept at it. The function of the Daoist elixir furnace was many times stronger than before. Not long after, the remaining medicinal power in Zhuang Xiaoshan's body had been completely refined by the alchemy fire. After that, Lu Ming threw sacred elixirs into it and used the medicinal power of the sacred elixirs to refine and upgrade Zhuang Xiaoshan's spirit body level. This process was extremely painful, but Zhuang Shaoshan gritted his teeth and endured it. He could feel that his spirit body was constantly improving. He was originally just an ordinary spirit body, but now, he was improving at a crazy speed. A day later, his spiritual body had been upgraded to a low-grade earth spiritual body. However, it was not over yet. The improvement continued. After a few days, his spiritual body had been upgraded to a superior earth spiritual body. At this moment, Lu Ming released Zhuang Shaoshan. One time, not too long, or it would be harmful. My spirit body, Zhuang Shaoshan sensed carefully and found that the power of his spirit body had increased dramatically, and his combat power was several times stronger than before. Xiaoro, go in. Lu Ming looked at Zhuang Xiaoro. Zhuang Xiaoro also entered the Daoist elixir furnace. Lu Ming did the same. A few days later, Zhuang Xiao's spiritual body was elevated to a superior grade earth spiritual body. Then, he let Zhuang Shaoshan in. After more than 20 days, their spiritual bodies had reached the low-tier heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming sighed. After all, the siblings' talents were limited. The low-grade heavenly spiritual body was their limit. It was difficult for them to improve further unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. However, their cultivation had not ended yet. This was because the Daoist elixir furnace had another wonderful use. Using laws to refine pills. It could also use the laws to temper people, allowing them to comprehend the laws faster. As for Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, they had not broken through to the martial saint realm yet. They had only comprehended the realm, so it was even easier. In the past, Lu Ming had not been able to use the Daoist elixir furnace to its fullest potential. However, now that he had mastered the alchemy Dao laws, he was completely capable of it. Then, he had the two siblings take turns to enter the Daoist elixir furnace and channel the power of the laws of heaven and earth into the elixir furnace. The brother and sister's comprehension of the corresponding domain improved by leaps and bounds. Their cultivations had also improved by leaps and bounds. During this period, Lu Ming also let Kong Jin enter the Daoist elixir furnace to temper Kong Jin's spirit body and increase the level of his spirit body. Kong Jin's talent was very high. His spiritual body had only reached its limit when it was upgraded to a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 months, Kong Jin, Zhuang Shaoshan, and Zhuang Xiao's cultivation had soared. Kong Jin's cultivation level was at the initial bright saint realm, but his spiritual body had reached the mid-tier earth spiritual body. He had also cultivated a divine power technique, so his strength had increased by many times. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation had risen from LV8 martial royal realm to the peak of the first stage of the half-saint realm. With their inferior celestial spiritual bodies, their combat strength was enough to crush an ordinary second-stage half-saint and even defeat a third-stage half-saint. The three of them were very confident. At this moment, the three forces of the Yuan continent began to fight for territory. During this period of time, the demonic sky sovereign had gone out to investigate and had obtained a lot of information. The sovereign race, Divine Ox Palace, and Manlong Palace would have a competition after they had divided the territories. And this contest was mainly between the Divine Wilderness continent's native elites. The strongest one could occupy the entire Eastern Barren Territory. The environment in the Eastern Barren Territory was undoubtedly the best. This time, it was in Dragon Emperor City. This news had already spread across the country. Over this period, numerous people were heading for Dragon Emperor City to attend this grand meeting. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. He then led Kong Jin, Zhuang Shaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro on their way to the Imperial Dragon City. With Lu Ming's speed, he arrived at the Imperial Dragon City in no time. The Imperial Dragon City was even more majestic than before. Obviously, the Imperial Dragon City had been expanded in recent years. There was originally a statue of Lu Ming standing in front of the Imperial Dragon City, but it had been removed a long time ago. The people from the sovereign race really deserved to die. They actually took down Master's statue. Zhuang Shaoshan was furious. Zhuang Xiaoro and Kong Jin's eyes were also filled with anger. Lu Ming was calm and smiled. This time, he would take back the Imperial Dragon City, and it was time to solve the problem of sakra. Around the Imperial Dragon City, countless figures flew toward the Imperial Dragon City's gate. Lu Ming's group of 4 followed the crowd and entered the Imperial Dragon City. After they entered the Imperial Dragon City, they found an inn to stay in. The competition between the 3 major forces of the Yuan continent would start tomorrow. The 4 of them waited in the inn. Meanwhile, in a mansion in the depths of the Imperial Dragon City, the words Hua Fu were written on the gate of the mansion. The people who lived here were Hua Qi and his clansmen. Back then, the Hua family was considered a big family because of Lu Ming. After the world changed, many people in the Hua family rose and many experts were born. They had a pivotal position in the Dragon Alliance. However, when Sakra came, the Hua family was also controlled by the sovereign family. There were many experts guarding the palace, and they were all from the sovereign race. Right now, a guest had arrived at the palace. It was the #1 genius of the divine wilderness continent, Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing was the disciple of Sakra. Hua Qi led his men to receive him in the main hall of Hua Fu. Young Master Ren, may first know why you've come to my palace? Hua Qi asked. Hua Qi, you're asking the obvious. Ren Qianqing spoke indifferently as he fiddled with the jade cup in his hands. Chapter 2174 Sakra Ren Qianqing was seated at the head of the main hall of the palace as he lazily fiddled with the jade cup in his hands. He lifted his head slightly and cast a glance at Hua Qi as he asked, "You all know why I'm here. But I'll say it again. I like Hua Rou, marry her to me." The expressions of Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua clan changed. Indeed, Ren Qianxing's visit was for Hua Rou. Hua Rou was Hua Kai's youngest daughter. She was a famous beauty in the Imperial Dragon City. As for Ren Qianqing, he had always been pursuing Hua Rou. Originally, with Ren Qianxing's talent and status, he was indeed worthy of Hua Rou. However, Ren Qianqing was a Casanova by nature. Right now, he had already married a wife and 3 concubines. Furthermore, it was said that Ren Qianqing was only interested in novelty. After having fun with the concubines he had married, he didn't care about them anymore and went off to look for his next target. How could Hua Qi possibly marry his daughter to such a person? Moreover, Ren Qianxing's master was Sakra, who occupied the Imperial Dragon City and controlled the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance. Based on this point, he would never marry his daughter to Ren Qianqing. Furthermore, Hua Rou herself was also extremely disgusted with Ren Qianqing. Young Master Ren, marriage is a major event. It concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness. Rou needs to make her own decision. We won't interfere. Hua Qi said. Hua Qi, what do you mean? Are you saying that Hua Rou won't be happy if she follows me? Ren Qianxing's face turned cold. It would be a wonder if she would be happy. Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua clan all thought the same thing, but they naturally did not say it out loud. Young Master Ren, you misunderstood me. That's not what one meant. What I meant was that Rou needs to make her own decisions. Hua Qi explained. What a joke. Since ancient times, it has always been the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. As long as you give the order, how would Hua Rou dare to disobey? She still has to marry me obediently. Ren Qianxing's expression turned even colder as he continued, Hua Qi, don't give me so many excuses. With my status, I will definitely rule the divine wilderness in the future. One might even head to the Yuan continent and become an overlord. For me to be interested in your daughter is her good fortune. It is her good fortune that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? You really know how to put gold on your face. If people like you go to the Yuan continent, you will probably be slapped to death. At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Then, a young and beautiful woman walked in. The woman was about 28 years old and was in the prime of her life. She was a country-toppling beauty. She was Hua Kai's youngest daughter, Hua Rou. Hua Rou, what did you say? Do you know how much trouble you will bring to the Hua family? Ren Qianqing spoke in a sinister tone. His sinister gaze roamed all over Hua Ran's curvaceous body, as an evil glint flashed past his eyes. What's wrong? Are you going to use your master to pressure us again? Hua Rou was extremely stubborn and fearless. Why would I need to take my master? I, Ren Qianqing, have talent that has never been seen before. If I were to say who I want to marry, the number of women who want to marry me can line up from the northern city gates all the way to the southern city gates. Do you understand? It's your good fortune that I'm interested in you. Do you understand? Ren Qianqing replied, filled with confidence. This is unprecedented. You really know how to flatter yourself. In my heart, only my uncle Lu Ming is the true unprecedented. Who are you? Hua Rou said. Lu Ming. If he appears, 111 kill him with a slap. Ren Qianqing scoffed. After which, he turned to Hua Qi and continued, Hua Qi, are you going to agree or not? Since Rou doesn't agree, please forgive me for not being able to agree. Hua Qi said firmly. Good, very good. In that case, 111 get first place in tomorrow's competition. At that time, I'll ask my master to arrange a marriage for me. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Ren Qianqing ruthlessly spat out these words before flicking his sleeves and leaving. The expressions of Hua Qi, Hua Rou, and the others changed. If Di Shi Tian personally bestowed the marriage, what would they do? If they refused sakra, the Hua family would probably be exterminated. This despicable man. Hua Rou said hatefully, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Rou, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you marry him. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. The entire Hua family was filled with worry. Time flew, and a day passed. The next morning, Lu Ming and the other three headed towards the center of the Imperial Dragon City. There was a huge square in the center of Imperial Dragon City, which had been crowded with people. Around the square, some banquets had already been prepared. Of course, only those with status could sit. Ordinary people were not qualified at all. The Di family is here. Someone suddenly called out. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, many rainbow lights were flying over from the depth of Imperial Dragon City. The person in the lead was dressed in an emperor's robe. He looked to be in his 40s and had a jade crown on his head. He looked like an ancient emperor that had come back to life, filled with boundless majesty. Sakra. Lu Ming did not need to think to know that this person was Sakra. There were some people following besides Sakra. A few of them were unusually burly. They were covered in heavy iron armor and were shrouded in black light. The evil god race. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. These people were all from the evil god tribe. Moreover, one of them had even reached the martial emperor realm. A few young men followed by the side. That is Ren Qianqing, the #1 genius of the divine wilderness. Ren Qianxing's talent is truly shocking. Some people say that he's even more talented than Lu Ming in the past. He's the #1 genius in history. Not necessarily. The surrounding crowd of people discussed animatedly. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Shaoshan were indignant. Bright Saint Realm. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to one of the youths. This person's cultivation had reached the initial Bright Saint Realm. He should be Ren Qianqing. Beside Ren Qianqing, there was a young man. It was Li Ku. Sakra and the others landed on the highest seats and sat down. Whoosh! At this moment, the roars of bulls shook the sky. In the distance, a group of divine bulls the size of mountains stepped through the air, causing the sky to rumble. As they approached, these divine bulls all turned into burly men. The people from the divine Ox Palace had arrived. The people from the divine Ox Palace also brought a few young men and landed on the east seats. Immediately after, the roars of beasts rang out. A few chariots flew over as the beasts pulled the carriages. The people from the Manlong Palace had arrived. Manlong Dragon Hall also brought a few young men. The three major forces of the Yuan continent had all arrived. The leaders of the three forces looked at each other in the air and a terrifying aura spread out. An invisible pressure filled the air. Everyone present felt as if they were facing several ancient universes. The suffocating pressure almost made them kneel down. A wisp of aura emanated from Lu Ming's body and enveloped Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro. The pressure on them was lifted, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Third-level Martial Emperor. Lu Ming muttered. The leaders of the three forces stood in a stalemate. Their auras were exuding. Others could not tell their cultivation levels, but Lu Ming could. Lu Ming had seen many Martial Emperor powerhouses. Based on their auras, Lu Ming could tell that the cultivation of the leaders of the three major forces was at the third-level Martial Emperor realm. Chapter 2174 Victory decided. Sakra D, the master of the Divine Bull Palace, and the master of the Manlong Hall stood in a confrontation. Their auras spread out, revealing their level 3 Martial Emperor cultivation. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He was not bothered by the third-level Martial Emperor. You two want to take over the East Continent? No way. The master of the Divine Ox Palace was a purple-haired middle-aged man. He sneered. The Divine Ox Palace was the first power of the Yuan continent to arrive in the East Baron. Therefore, it occupied the place with the densest original qi in the East Baron. The sovereign family and the Manlong Temple had always wanted to take over the East Baron, but they had never succeeded. This time, the sovereign race and the Manlong Palace had joined forces to pressure the Divine Ox Palace. That was why they had said that they would fight today. Where did the Divine Ox Palace and the Barbaric Dragon Palace come from? Lu Ming furrowed his brows in deep thought. These two factions definitely did not come from the Azure Continent. They came to the Divine Wilderness through other means. You'll know once you compete. At that time, don't go back on your word, Divine Ox Palace. Sakra gave a faint smile. How can my Divine Ox Palace be shameless? Tell me, how do you want to compete this time? The master of Divine Ox Palace said. How are we going to compete? We have already agreed on this a long time ago. There is no need for us to fight. Both sides will send out their local elites to fight. How about this, each side will send out 3 elites and have a team battle and an individual battle. We will rank them according to their battle results. How about it? Sakra said. Alright, it's decided then. I agree. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Palace master both nodded in agreement. Not long after, a fighting stage rose in the middle of the square. 3 young men from each of the 3 forces rushed into the arena. Ren Qianqing, Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing. Naturally, the sovereign race sent out Ren Qianqing. The moment he stepped onto the stage, many people, including a few ignorant young ladies, started shouting. Ren Qianqing indeed had the looks of a dog and a graceful demeanor. Many ignorant young ladies didn't even know how to differentiate between good and evil and brainlessly treated Ren Qianqing as their idol. Ren Qianqing stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a peerless expert. Nest, he's really acting tough. I can't wait to step on his face. Kong Jin said unhappily. You'll have a chance. Lu Ming smiled. I'm just unhappy with those brainless young ladies. Ren Qianqing has everything he wants. How can he compare to me? Those ladies really have no taste. Kong Jin pursed his lips. Lu Ming was speechless. Brother Ox, how about we join forces? That Ren Qianqing is not easy to deal with. The master of Manlong Hall secretly sent a message to the master of Divine Ox Palace. The master of Divine Ox Palace's eyes flashed and he said, all right, let's join forces and defeat the monarch race first. Then, we'll see who's stronger. All right, that's what one meant. The Manlong Dragon Hall master nodded. After that, the master of Manlong Hall and Divine Ox Palace sent messages to their respective heaven's favorites. At this moment, on the fighting ring, the paragons of the three sides were facing each other. Many people were watching nervously. From the discussions of the surrounding people, he knew that the 9 youths on the battle stage were 9 of the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. Every single one of them had extremely high cultivation levels. Over at the sovereign race's side, Ren Qianqing and Li Ku were both present. At this moment, the heavens' favorites from the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace looked at each other and suddenly moved. The 6 young men from both sides charged at the sovereign race genius from 2 different directions. Damn it, they want to join forces to deal with us first. Li Ku roared. You guys are despicable. Another sovereign race heaven's favorite roared. However, the heaven's favorites from both sides were extremely fast. They approached in an instant and attacked. Li Ku and the other heaven's favorite roared and charged forward. However, Ren Qianqing continued to stand with his hands behind his back, not moving an inch. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, how could Li Ku and the other young man stop each other? They were knocked back and blood flowed out of their mouths. The 6 youths from the Divine Ox Palace and Savage Dragon Palace had Ren Qianqing surrounded. Ren Qianqing, you guys should just admit defeat. One of the heaven's favorites from the Divine Ox Palace said. He was ranked 2nd among the top 10 heaven's favorites and had the cultivation of the 3rd stage of half-saint. Admit defeat? How laughable, you think trash like you can defeat me. Ren Qianqing indifferently replied. You're boasting shamelessly. Then I'll make you get out of here now. The chosen roared, and the 6 of them exploded with powerful auras. They were all half-saints, and the weakest one was at the 2nd stage of half-saint. Boom! However, at this moment, a fearsome aura burst forth from Ren Qianxing's body. A vast amount of saintly might permeated the entire area. At this moment, Ren Qianxing's bright saint stage cultivation was fully revealed. Sage Realm. You've broken through to the Sage Realm. You've actually broken through to the Sage Realm. The 6 heavens favorites from the 2 forces shouted in disbelief. This guy has actually broken through to the Sage Realm. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Xiaoro were also surprised. The Saint Realm was a barrier that was very difficult to cross. For example, the fatty was empty. Without Lu Ming's help, he would have needed a long time to cross. At this moment, the crowd in the surroundings was in an uproar. They were all shocked by Ren Qianxing's cultivation base. Those ignorant girls were even shouting and screaming in excitement. Now, you're the ones who have lost. Ren Qianqing let out a long howl as streaks of sword light burst forth from his hands. His master was sakra, so he naturally also cultivated divine arts, which were extremely powerful. Bang! Bang! The heavens' favorites from the 2 forces were unable to fight back. They were sent flying by the sword light. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. A half-saint was no match for a saint. The paragons of the 2 forces were defeated in an instant. There was no longer any suspense in the competition. Damn it! The master of Divine Ox Palace roared in anger, his face gloomy. The entire arena was in an uproar as countless people were cheering for Ren Qianqing. Amazing, this is really amazing. Ren Qianqing has already reached the Sage Realm at such a young age. This is simply heaven-defying. That's right. as expected of the number one genius in the divine wilderness. It's rare since ancient times. Someone actually placed Lu Ming and Ren Qianqing on the same level. In my opinion, Lu Ming and Ren Qianqing can't be compared at all. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming is far inferior. Not bad, not bad. The sounds of discussion rang out all around the square. Damn it, what do these people know? How do you know how powerful Shizuan is? That's right, a bunch of foolish people. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were very unhappy. These people actually said that Lu Ming was far inferior to Ren Qianqing. It was simply ridiculous. They knew how powerful Lu Ming was. In just 3 short months, he was able to make their abilities soar. He was many times stronger than Ren Qianqing. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not mind. With his current cultivation level, why would he care about the discussions of these people? Many people sighed. They reckoned that there was no longer any suspense in this competition. The sovereign race would definitely win. Sakra Asia was all smiles. In order to help Ren Qianqing break through to the sage realm, he had paid a huge price. However, everything was worth it. The cultivation environment in the East Baron was too good. As long as he could occupy the East Baron, he planned to move the entire D family here and make this place his base camp. Then, his D family would certainly grow stronger and stronger. In the future, it wasn't impossible for them to compete with the powerful forces of the sacred lands. Chapter 2176 Insufferable. As expected, the following individual battles became even more of a show for Ren Qianqing. He swept through all the opponents, and no one was able to withstand a single move from him. Without any exception, he got first place. Li Ku, on the other hand, was in 8th place. Although the other 2 members of the monarch race didn't do well, with Ren Qianxing's ranking, the monarch race was still in 1st place and would obtain the rights to the East Baron. The entire monarch race laughed so hard that their teeth fell off. As for those from the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace, their faces were gloomy. And this battle had pushed Ren Qianxing's reputation to the peak. Many people even described Ren Qianqing as an unprecedented prodigy in the divine wilderness. What Lu Ming? He wasn't even fit to carry Ren Qianxing's shoes. Zhuang Xiaoshan and the others gritted their teeth. Ren Qianqing stood on the battle stage with his hands behind his back, enjoying the envious gazes of many. He had a proud smile on his face. He was enjoying it very much, and his whole person was floating. He had a feeling of invincibility since ancient times. After a long time, he gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists to Sakra. Master, disciple has a favor to ask of you today. I hope you can help me. Ha, Qianxing, you've won first place today. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Treat it as a reward from your master. Sakra Asia laughed. Thank you, master. One would like to ask you to betroth Hua Rou, the daughter of Hua Qi, to me. Ren Qianqing replied. Hua Qi. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Ren Qianqing actually wanted to marry the daughter of Hua Qi. It had been more than 10 years since he left the divine wilderness. Before he left, Hua Qi already had a few children. Lu Ming had some impression of Hua Qi. He remembered that he had a daughter named Hua Rou. Could it be that Hua Rou and Ren Qianqing were in love? Lu Ming frowned. He was about to take action, but he held himself back at this moment. He wanted to see what was going on. 1C. It's simple. 111 Call Hua Qi and the others, as well as the people from the Dragon Alliance, to prepare to move to the East Continent with me. Sakra nodded and then asked someone to pass the news. Not long after, a group of people flew over. Hua Qi, Xia Yuan, Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yan. Lu Ming saw a familiar face in the crowd. Hua Qi, Xia Yuan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others were all high-level members of the Dragon League. Of course, Hua Kai's daughter, Hua Rou, was also there. Hua Kai's expression was slightly ugly. He had a bad premonition. The moment he saw that Ren Qianqing had already broken through to the Saint Plane and was even ranked first, his heart sank. Hua Qi, today, Qian Xing told me that he is interested in your daughter Hua Rou. This seat will bestow your daughter Hua Rou to Qian Xing. Today, we will have a grand wedding. This can be considered as double happiness. What do you think? Sakra asked with a smile. No, I won't agree. A clear voice rang out. It was Hua Rou. Hua Kai's expression was also ugly. Lord Martial Sovereign, my daughter, Hua Rou, is still young. She doesn't want to get married yet. I hope Lord Martial Sovereign can retract your order. What's the meaning of this? Ren Qianxing's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at Hua Qi and Hua Rou. I, Ren Qianqing, am the #1 talent since ancient times. Don't tell me that I'm not worthy of Hua Rou. Don't be ignorant of your own good fortune. #1 in talent since ancient times. He's really shameless. Hua Rou threw caution to the wind and directly berated him. Sakra's face also darkened, and he said, one didn't call you here to ask for your opinions. I'm just informing you that no one can refuse my request. You should prepare for the wedding. Hua Qi, Hua Ran's face was pale. On the other hand, Ren Qianqing had a smug look on his face. Lord Martial Emperor, marriage is a major event. It's about mutual love. I'm afraid it's not good to force a marriage like this. Yuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. That's right. Lord Martial Emperor, please retract your order. Then, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others also stepped out and spoke. Who do you think you are? Since my master has already spoken, there's no reason to take it back. Do you want to disobey? Ren Qianqing berated. All around, everyone just looked on, and no one said a word. Yuan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, Hua Qi, and the others all had unsightly expressions. Unfortunately, the sovereign race was too strong. If they resisted, they would probably be crushed to death by Sakra with a single palm. There was no hope at all. No, I won't marry. I won't marry even if I die. Hua Rou cried out in an extremely stubborn manner. You have to get married even if you don't want to. If you die, your family will be buried with you. Have you thought it through? Ren Qianqing transmitted his voice over to Hua Rou, his tone ice cold. Hua Rou's delicate body trembled. A look of despair flashed across her face as tears began to flow down her face. Fatty, Shao Shan, Shao Rou, it's your turn. At this moment, Lu Ming told the fatty and the rest. Ha, it's finally time to go on stage. I can't hold it in anymore. The fat man laughed and rushed out with his battle axe. Zhuang Shaoshan, Zhuang Xiaorou, and Fatty also rushed out. Ren Qianqing, who do you think you are? How can you match up to a national beauty like Hua Rou? Why don't you take a look at your reflection in your urine? A loud roar reverberated throughout the entire area. Ren Qianxing's face instantly turned dark as he howled, who's there? Get out here. Your grandfather. Fatty carried the battle axe and walked out. Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou were beside him. Hua Qi, Hua Rou, Yuan, and the others also saw Fatty and Zhuang Shaoshan. Fatty, Shaoshan, Shao Rou, why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. Hua Qi shouted. Today's matter was a little complicated. He didn't want to drag Fatty and the others into this. Ha, it's fine. We're here today to give this sissy a good beating. Well, leave after we're done. Fatty hefted his battle axe as he cast a disdainful glance at Ren Qianqing. You guys. You're looking for death. Ren Qianqing gritted his teeth as he spat out those words in an incomparably sinister manner. Looking for death? You don't have the right. Also, you don't have the right to marry niece Hua Rou. Fatty lazily replied. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I'm not qualified, I'm not qualified. Who in the world is qualified? My talent has been unparalleled since ancient times, who can compare to me? Ren Qianqing laughed uproariously. What a joke. He's just a piece of trash, yet he dares to say that his talent is unparalleled? The fatty was disdainful. What did you just say? Ren Qianxing's face was incomparably gloomy, as his eyes were filled with sinister killing intent. Ever since he entered Sakra's sect, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was pursued by countless people. Many people called his talent unparalleled since ancient times. Now, Fatty actually called him trash. Immediately, he had already sentenced Fatty to death in his heart. It was unforgivable to call him trash. Are you deaf? I said you're trash, unless you can defeat me. Only then will you be worthy of Huarou, do you understand? Fatty said indifferently. These words made many people speechless. This Fatty wanted to challenge Ren Qianqing. Who is this Fatty? Why is he so arrogant? One recognize him. He seems to be Lu Ming's friend from back then. He's not even 50 years old. He's considered to be in the younger generation. Lu Ming's friend? I've never heard of it. Chapter 2176 Disciples Might. The square was abuzz with discussion. Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, and the others had ugly expressions and were puzzled. They didn't understand what Fatty and the others were doing here. Provoking Ren Qianqing in such a way would not bring them any benefits. Instead, they would only drag themselves into this mess. Not only that, Fatty actually challenged Ren Qianqing. This simply wouldn't work, he was definitely not a match for Ren Qianqing. They knew Fatty's cultivation. He had not become a saint yet. Furthermore, even if Fatty were to become a sage, he wouldn't be a match for Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing had taken Di Shi Tian as his master and was able to cultivate a sacred art. In the divine wilderness, there was no such thing as sacred art. If they were at the same cultivation level, they would definitely not be a match for Ren Qianqing. Fatty, Xiao Shan, Xiao Rou, you guys should run. Hua Qi roared. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou were Lu Ming's disciples. If something happened to them because of him, how could he answer to Lu Ming? Let's go. None of them will leave today. Ren Qianxing's voice was ice-cold as killing intent flickered in his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from his body. The Fatty actually dared to provoke him like this. He had to kill the Fatty today and let everyone know that his dignity was not to be offended. It's fine. I'll leave after I beat this guy up and let the world know that he's a piece of trash. Fatty grinned at Hua Qi. Previously, Lu Ming had told him that he just had to make a move and that there was no need to worry about Sakra and the other powerhouses. Therefore, Fatty was not afraid at all. Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were dumbfounded. He did not understand why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou were so confident today. Was he crazy? Even the spectators around them thought that Fatty and the others had gone crazy. They were definitely going to die today. You're looking for death. Ren Qianqing took a step forward, his killing intent growing even more intense. Young Master Ren, there's no need for you to deal with these pieces of trash personally. Wouldn't you be dirtying your hands? This younger brother can do it on your behalf. At this moment, Li Ke stepped out and took the opportunity to suck up to Ren Qianqing. This act of flattery made Ren Qianqing feel extremely comfortable. He nodded his head and replied, "That's good. A few clowns are indeed not worth my time. You can do it on my behalf. Cripple them first. I want them to regret it. Don't worry, young Master Ren." Li Ke nodded and bowed, then stepped toward the Fatty and the others, bursting with cold killing intent. Li Ke, 111 fight you. Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped forward to meet Li Ke. Zhuang Xiaoshan, you piece of trash, you still dare to fight me? 3 months ago, you couldn't even withstand one of my moves. You're really courting death. Fine, I'll let everyone know today that Lu Ming's disciple is a piece of trash, and so is he. He's just boasting. Li Ke sneered. His words made many people's faces turn ugly. There were many people here who were from the Dragon Alliance back then. Many of them had witnessed Lu Ming's heaven-defying rise and his dominance over an era. But now, Li Ke said that Lu Ming was trash. Did that not mean that they were trash too? How dare you insult my master? 111 kill you today. Zhuang Shaoshan was furious. His eyes were full of killing intent. A long spear appeared in his hand, and a powerful aura burst out. The first stage of half-saint. You. How did your cultivation level increase so quickly? Li Ke screamed in disbelief. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation had only been at LV8 Martial Royal Realm. How could he have broken through several levels and entered the first stage of the half-saint in just 3 months? In the past 3 months, with the help of the monarch race, he had only broken through 1 level of cultivation and reached the second stage of half-saint. Zhuang Xiaoshan's improvement was even greater than his. However, he quickly reacted. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You must have had some fortuitous encounter or obtained some powerful sacred medicine, but so what? You've relied on the powerful medicinal effects to raise your cultivation, but you're still so weak. One can defeat you in 1 move." So what if Zhuang Shaoshan had reached the first stage of half-saint? He was now at the second stage of the half-saint realm. His master was an emperor-to-be from the sovereign race who had taught him the domain martial technique. He was confident that he could defeat Zhuang Shaoshan with 1 move. Boom! A powerful aura also burst out from Li Ke's body. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. The sword light burst out, carrying the power of law, and he attacked Zhuang Shaoshan. In the Divine Wilderness continent, any other first-stage half-saint who had not cultivated any domain techniques would not be able to take a single blow from him. However, although Zhuang Shaoshan had not had time to practice his domain martial technique, his spiritual body had reached the low-grade sky spiritual body. A low-grade heaven spiritual body was considered a genius in the Yuan continent. Back then, the Azure region did not even have a single low-tier heaven spiritual body. On the other hand, Li Ke's spirit body was just an ordinary spirit body. Zhuang Xiao's spirit Bodhi's power was enough to crush Li Ke. Boom! Zhuang Xiao waved her spear and smashed it down. There was no technique to speak of in this spear attack. It was just a simple spear strike. With the infusion of true essence, the long spear rapidly grew in size, like a giant pillar that held up the sky, and smashed down towards Li Ke. Bang! Bang! Li Ke's sword light was shattered by the spear, and the huge spear smashed into Li Ke's body. Li Ke's body was like a broken sandbag as he crashed heavily into the fighting ring below, causing it to rumble continuously. Li Ke lay on the fighting ring, spitting out blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. He had actually been crushed by Zhuang Shaoshan in 1 move. 3 months ago, this piece of trash who couldn't even take a single move from him had actually crushed him with a single move. He found it hard to accept. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Li Ke was known as one of the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. In other words, other than the top 10 heavens favorites, no one else was Li Ke's match. But now, he was defeated by Zhuang Shaoshan in 1 move. Was this Lu Ming's disciple? If the disciple was like this, how could the master be bad? Brother Shaoshan is so powerful. Hua Rou called out. Hua Qi, Xia Zhiyang, and the others were also stunned. They were very clear about Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat power. How did he become so strong after not seeing him for a while? You're cheating. You're cheating. There are other experts helping you in secret. Li Ke shouted crazily. He remembered the last time. Last time, someone had helped Zhuang Shaoshan in secret. He was later defeated by Zhuang Shaoshan, and he was also crushed by Zhuang Xiaoshan's spear, just like this time. No one is secretly making a move. The master of Divine Ox Palace said indifferently, and his voice resounded throughout the entire place. This time, the Divine Ox Palace had lost to the sovereign family. They had to give up the precious land of the East Baron, which made him very unhappy. Now that he saw the sovereign family suffer a loss, he was naturally happy. No one would doubt the words of the master of the Divine Ox Palace. He was a martial emperor realm expert, and an expert among martial emperors at that. How is that possible? Li Ku found it hard to believe. You're just a piece of trash, yet you still dare to criticize others. Zhuang Shaoshan said sarcastically. Not even worthy to lick Lu Ming's shoes. Li Ku was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of blood. High up in the stands, Sakra's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. However, with his status, he naturally would not flare up on the spot because of the defeat of a junior. If you have some ability, let me test you. A cold glint flashed across Ken Qiangsing's eyes as he took a step forward, intending to press on Zhuang Shaoshan. However, the fat man stood in front of Zhuang Shaoshan and said, "Trash, I'm your opponent. 1 inch, then I'll kill you first." Ren Qianqing coldly snorted. After being called trash by Fatty time and time again, his killing intent was incomparably thick. Ren Qiangsing's Saint Realm cultivation was completely unleashed. His laws were surging, and Saint energy surrounded his body. The Saint power rolled up, stirring up a storm that kept rolling toward Fatty. However, Fatty didn't react at all. He was still grinning. The Sage Realm is so amazing. He can explode at any time as if no one has ever seen him. The Fatty was disdainful. Many people were roaring in their hearts. The Sage Realm was indeed impressive at this stage. Not many people in the Divine Wilderness could reach it, much less the younger generation. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. This was because Fatty's body was also emitting a powerful aura. That was also the aura of a sage might that wasn't any weaker than Ren Qiangsing's. The Sage Realm. This Fatty has also reached the Sage Realm. One couldn't tell, the heavenly Tao is unfair. This Fatty is so fat and ugly, but he has also reached the Sage Realm. It's unfair. A group of girls shouted. The fat man had originally put on the air of a peerless master, but when he heard this, he was instantly stunned and then furious. In his heart, he was scolding these women for having no taste and liking sissies. Hence, he decided to vent all his anger on Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing was stunned as well. He was extremely displeased. There was actually someone from RH younger generation who had entered the Sage Realm like him. So what if you've entered RH Sage Realm? You're still weak in my hands. 111 defeat you in one move. 1 inch soaring wind sword. Ren Qianqing made his move. The first move he made was an innate technique. Rays of sword light appeared in the air and shot towards the Fatty at an astonishing speed. Watch me break your divine art. The Fatty shouted as he swung his battle axe. Buzz! An axe radiance shook the heavens and was incomparably huge. It swept across thousands of troops as if it could split open the sky. This was the divine ability that Lu Ming had given him. Although he had only cultivated IR for a short period of time, his mastery was still low. However, Fatty's current spirit body was a medium-grade heaven spirit body. When he burst out, his power was shocking. Ren Qiangsing's spiritual body was only a mid-grade earth spiritual body. Back in the Divine Wilderness, it might have been extremely rare. However, when compared to Fatty, he was still far from it. As the axe radiance swept past, all of Ren Qiangsing's sword radiance was completely extinguished. However, the axe radiance didn't stop and continued slashing towards Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing was almost scared to death. He roared in fear and retreated frantically. In the end, he was almost cut in half by the axe. Although he dodged IR, his chest was still swept by the axe's radiance. A deep wound appeared, and blood flowed out. The terrifying destructive power gushed into his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. The entire place fell silent. Most of the people were looking at the scene in disbelief. Ren Qianqing had actually been defeated. He was defeated in one move. He was the number 1 prodigy in RH Divine Wilderness, and he was also known as RH number 1 prodigy since ancient times. Now, He had actually been defeated by Fatty in one move. How was this possible? How's this possible? No, this can't be real. Many ignorant girls shook their heads in confusion. It was hard for them to believe that their idol was so weak. That's impossible, Ren Qianqing howled in disbelief. Previously, he had said that he would defeat Rhe Fatty in one move, but now, he had been defeated by the Fatty in one move. He was known as the #1 heaven's favorite since ancient times. He couldn't bear such a blow. His eyes were red, and he wanted to cut the Fatty into pieces. Bastard, go to hell. He charged at Fatty in a frenzy. I'll play with you. Fatty kept his battle axe and rushed towards Ren Qianqing as he sent out a punch. This punch was unstoppable, and it directly shattered Ren Qianxing's attack before landing on his face. Ren Qianqing screamed as he was sent flying. His teeth and blood splattered everywhere. Those ignorant girls were all stunned. They felt like their faith had collapsed. It turned out that their idol was not invincible, but completely vulnerable. Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, Xia Wan, and the others were all stunned. They were extremely puzzled. How did Fatty's combat strength suddenly increase to such a shocking level? Xia Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others had also broken through to the Bright Saint realm, but they would still lose to Ren Qianqing without a doubt, because they did not have the corresponding sacred art. However, this Fatty was able to easily suppress Ren Qianqing. In addition, Zhuang Shaoshan's cultivation and combat power had also improved greatly. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a great fortuitous encounter? They could not figure it out. Ren Qianqing couldn't figure it out either. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fatty. Bang! However, at the next moment, the Fatty punched him in the face again, and he was sent flying again while screaming. His face was so unrecognizable that it was unbearable to look at. A piece of trash like you dares to claim to be Rhe #1 prodigy in history. You're simply shameless. You're not even worthy to lick Lu Ming's shoes. A piece of trash like you wants to marry Nishuaro. You're even more shameless. If I were you, I'd kill myself. It's embarrassing to live like this. The fat man continued to mock. Ren Qianqing howled in anger as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Men, skin that Fatty and pull out his tendons. Ren Qianqing howled. Kill. Suddenly, an expert from the Di family stepped out and charged at the Fatty. This person was in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. His aura was earth-shattering. Sakra's face was gloomy, but he didn't stop her. Wayaya, how despicable. You can't beat him, so you call for help. I'll run. Fatty ran off. Let's see how you can run away from me. The sovereign race's absolute saint in the great circle had a cold expression. He extended his hand and grabbed the Fatty. The giant hand covered the sky, and Fatty had nowhere to run. Not good. Hua Qi, Xia Wan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to help, but the difference in their cultivation base was too great. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light burst out from the crowd. It was thousands of meters long and cut off the big hand. Furthermore, the black light did not stop. It was unbelievably fast as it directly slashed through the forehead of the Imperial Race Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Puchi! The Imperial Race Absolute Saint in the Great Circle was cut in half, and his body fell to the ground. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. A person in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm had been lulled just like that without being able to fight back at all. Who was doing this? The Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance is back. Boom. Boom. At this moment, all the experts of the Monarch family were emitting a shocking aura and cold killing intent. Who is it? A sovereign race expert roared, but his eyes were fixed on the Divine Ox Palace and the Barbaric Dragon Palace. Anyone who could kill an absolute saint in the Great Circle was definitely stronger than an absolute saint in the Great Circle. It was very likely that he was an expert in the emperor-to-be realm. However, the people from the divine wilderness did not have such high cultivation. It was very likely that they were from the divine ox palace or the savage dragon hall. They suspected that it was the divine ox palace and the savage dragon palace who had secretly made a move. Don't look at me like that. I didn't send anyone to attack. I don't have any either. The master of divine ox palace and Manlong palace both denied it with innocent faces. Who is it? Come out. Otherwise, these kids will die. The monarch race's quasi-emperors stepped out and their cold killing intent enveloped the fatty and the others. However, an aura burst out from the crowd and crushed the killing intent of the monarch race's quasi-emperor. Then, a dark-skinned young man stepped out. This young man was Lu Ming. He had already used the divine breath technique to change his appearance before coming here. Kid, was it you who attacked just now? The emperor-to-be from the monarch race said coldly. You're asking the obvious. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Are you from the divine ox palace or the Manlong palace? The monarch race quasi-emperor asked. I'm from the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming continued to smile. Many people were astonished, especially Yuan and the others, who were somewhat stunned. Lu Ming said that he was from the Dragon Alliance. They did not have such a strong expert. Obviously, the emperor-to-be from the monarch race did not believe him. He thought that Lu Ming was playing with him. You should be from the Yuan continent, right? It can be considered so. Lu Ming continued to smile. You're alone? The monarch race's quasi-emperor asked again. Nonsense, which eye of yours saw that one have two people? Lu Ming berated. The monarch race's emperor-to-be's eyes turned even colder. Sir, you killed a member of my D family. Today, you won't be able to leave. Boom. The emperor-to-be from the monarch race made his move. He stepped forward and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and took a light step forward. Countless runes appeared and condensed into a god of death. The Grim Reaper wielded his scythe and slashed at the monarch race's quasi-emperor. Puchi. The monarch-to-be of the monarch race was easily cut in half by the Reaper's scythe. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps of shock could be heard. An emperor-to-be was killed in seconds without even a chance to resist. Could it be that he was also a martial supreme? I know who he is. The black-faced Grim Reaper. It's the black-faced Grim Reaper. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? The black-faced Grim Reaper. That's him. The legendary black-faced Grim Reaper is a dark-skinned young man who can summon the Grim Reaper to fight. He's extremely terrifying. People kept exclaiming. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect. 3 months ago, during the fight for the Holy Spirit fruit at Yuan Mountain, the black-faced Grim Reaper appeared out of nowhere and displayed his terrifying combat strength, killing the experts of the Sovereign Race, Divine Ox Palace, and Savage Dragon Hall in one fell swoop. News of this had spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Most of them had heard of the black-faced Grim Reaper. However, the black-faced Grim Reaper was extremely mysterious. Ever since he showed his face the last time, he had disappeared without a trace. The 3 great forces had sent experts to hunt down the black-faced Grim Reaper, but to no avail. He did not expect the black-faced Grim Reaper to suddenly appear. It's him, he's really looking for death. He dared to kill the people of my Divine Ox Palace. Today, one will get rid of him. Not only the Sovereign Race, but also the Divine Bull Palace and the Manlong Palace. They all looked at Lu Ming coldly. However, Lu Ming had a smile on his face. He did not care at all. So he's the backer of the fatty and the others. Many people were moved. He finally understood why Fatty and the others were so bold and dared to cause trouble. It turned out that the backer behind them was the black-faced Grim Reaper. Boom! At this moment, Sakra stood up from his seat, and a terrifying aura spread out, covering the sky and earth. Many people trembled and almost knelt down. So you're the black-faced Grim Reaper. But since you dare to show off in my territory today, one think you've come to the wrong place. Sakra said coldly. Your territory? This is the Imperial Dragon City, the territory of the Dragon Alliance. It's the territory of the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming. When did it become your territory? Lu Ming said with a strange expression. He's really shameless. Lu Ming. What a joke. A little guy who's not even a martial emperor. How could he be qualified to control Dragon Emperor City? Sakra opened his mouth coldly. Don't you dare insult my master. Zhuang Xiao glared at Sakra. Ha, what a joke. How dare you insult your master? Your master Lu Ming is nothing. He's already a thing of the past. If he appears again, one can crush him with one finger. Ren Qianqing taunted and mocked. Oh. Lu Ming looked at Ren Qianqing with a strange expression and said, I'm right here. Come and try crushing me. With that, Lu Ming's appearance changed rapidly and he returned to his original appearance. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Ming's words. However, when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, many of them were tongue-tied and completely stunned. In the Divine Wilderness continent, it could be said that most people had seen Lu Ming's appearance. Back then, Lu Ming unified the Divine Wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance. He was the supreme leader. There were portraits of Lu Ming in all the forces, big and small. There was also a huge statue of Lu Ming in the Imperial Dragon City. Now that they saw Lu Ming's true form, they were all stunned. Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Xia Jiuyang, Xia Yuan, and the others were the first to react. They cried out in disbelief. It's really Lu Ming. The leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, is back, my god, it's true. He's so much stronger than before. Even an emperor-to-be was killed in seconds. Countless people cried out in alarm. It turned out that the famous black-faced god of killing was Lu Ming, the master of the Dragon Alliance. Then, someone thought of more. It turned out that the fatty, Zhuang Shaoshan, and Zhuang Zairis backer was Lu Ming. Could it be that their combat strength had suddenly soared because of Lu Ming? Ren Qianqing, what qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as my master? What's even more laughable is that he even said that the number one genius in the Divine Wilderness has surpassed my master. Zhuang Shaoshan looked at Ren Qianqing in disdain as he sneered. He's just a piece of trash. What right does he have to compare himself with Lu Ming? Lu Ming only taught me for a few months, but he can't even take one of my moves. He's simply a piece of trash. The fat man mocked. Ren Qianxing's expression turned unsightly. Lu Ming could even kill an emperor-to-be, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if what the fatty said was true, it would be even more terrifying. He had only taught the fatty for a few months and he could defeat him in seconds. He was far inferior to Lu Ming. There was simply no comparison, it was simply ridiculous. Chapter 2180 Breaking an Oath. Lu Ming revealed his true form. The entire place was shocked and clamoring. There were only a few Yuan continent experts present. Most of them were from the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's status in the Divine Wilderness continent was too high. More than 10 years ago, Lu Ming had left the Divine Wilderness to cultivate in the Yuan continent. Now that he had returned, he had indeed displayed shocking combat power. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. At this moment, Xia Yuan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the rest saluted Lu Ming together. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. Following that, more and more people saluted Lu Ming. When the Dragon Alliance had unified the world, there were countless members. There was a large group of Dragon Alliance members present. They were extremely excited to see Lu Ming. Senior Xia, Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yan, Hua Qi, let's have a drink and chat after we've dealt with these people from the Yuan continent. Lu Ming said and nodded at Xia Yuan and the others. These words made Sakra and the others' faces turn cold, and their bodies were filled with a cold aura. Lu Ming, you've cultivated in the Yuan continent for a period of time and have made some progress. However, you're still far from being able to go against me alone. You must have someone supporting you from behind. Call out the person behind you. Sakra said coldly. I don't need the help of others to deal with you all by myself. Lu Ming said calmly. Many people were stunned. How was it possible for Lu Ming to deal with Sakra alone? I can easily suppress you with a flip of my hand. Sakra opened his mouth indifferently, and his aura became even colder. Thump. Then, Sakra took a step forward. This step caused the entire sky to rumble and explode. An incomparably terrifying pressure pressed down on the entire world. His body emitted endless golden light, like an invincible emperor looking down on the world. The pressure came in waves. It was too terrifying. Many people with insufficient cultivation directly knelt down. It was difficult to resist. Ah! Many people roared and knelt down unwillingly, desperately resisting. At this time, the master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Hall master released an aura that rippled out like water, relieving the pressure on the others. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and then looked frightened. Too strong, Sakra is too strong. He's completely unfathomable and unrivaled. Indeed. Just the overflowing chi is enough to make me explode. How can there be such a powerful person in this world? Lu Ming is finished. No matter how strong he is, he can't be Sakra's match. Many people were discussing. After feeling the aura overflowing from Sakra Asia, many people were terrified of Sakra Asia's strength and thought that Lu Ming could not compete with Sakra Asia at all. Although Lu Ming was a prodigy, he had only cultivated for a few years. How could he possibly fight against such a person? How dare you, Sakra, you dare to attack me? At this moment, Lu Ming's loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area, causing many people to be dumbfounded. Sakra himself was also stunned. Why did he not dare to attack Lu Ming? At this moment, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand, shining with golden light. Sakra, why aren't you paying your respects to me? Lu Ming said coldly. Hunyuan sect's golden inheritance token. So you're the golden inheritor of Hunyuan sect. Sakra Asia's eyes burst out with a bright light. It's good that you know. Lu Ming looked at Sakra indifferently, his face calm. Back then, when he became the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor, he had obtained a name list. On the name list, there was Sakra D, a bronze inheritor. Be it the bronze or silver inheritors, they had all sworn to follow the orders of the gold inheritors. Lu Ming took out the golden inheritance token and waited to see Sakra's reaction. Sakra's face changed, and then he laughed. Lu Ming, you're really funny. You actually want to use the golden inheritor's token to suppress me. Don't you know that after reaching the martial emperor realm, you have the ability to go against oaths? Ordinary blood oaths can't do anything to me. Today, I'll kill you and take the golden inheritor's token. Sakra Asia laughed, full of ridicule. These people really don't know how to keep the oath they made back then. Lu Ming shook his head and kept the golden inheritance token. He had never thought of using the inheritance token to make Sakra submit. He had only wanted to verify it earlier. Boom! Sakra took another step forward, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. Hua Qi, Xia Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others all looked nervous. Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoro, Zhuang Shaoshan, and the others also looked nervous. Although they believed in Lu Ming, the other party was too powerful. He was really too powerful. It was beyond their imagination. Alliance Master is very calm. He should be confident. Xiao Wan said. Based on their understanding of Lu Ming, they knew that he would not fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. He must have something to rely on to be so calm. Clan Master D, leave this kid to me. I can feel that this kid's hands are stained with the blood of my clan. At this moment, an unusually burly figure stepped out from behind Sakra. This person was covered in heavy iron armor and was 4 meters tall. Lu Ming could tell that this was an evil god. Although the aura that this evil god tribe member exuded was not as strong as Sakra Asia, it was still extremely terrifying. He was a one-star void emperor. Sakra stopped in his tracks. Since someone was doing it for him, he was too lazy to do it. Brat, your hands are stained with the blood of my clan. Die. The evil god tribe's expert held a mace in his hand and swept it out. Boom. The space exploded and the mace was swung at Lu Ming with a terrifying force. What a terrifying power. Many people were shocked. The present was different from the past. Right now, the divine wilderness continent's space was extremely stable. Everyone's flying speed was many times slower, much less breaking through space. But now, the evil god tribe's mace had swept out, causing the space to explode. It was clear how powerful this attack was. Many people's hearts were in their throats, worried for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He reached out with a claw and grabbed outwards. A huge hand formed and grabbed the mace. Bang! The mace hit the hand, but the hand didn't move at all. It grabbed the mace and shook it. Buzz! The mace shook violently, and a terrifying force was sent out. The evil god race member screamed out in pain as the thick armor on his body exploded. His arm also exploded, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. He then shook his hand and the huge mace flew back, hitting the evil god tribe member. Bang! The evil god tribe member's entire body was like a huge watermelon that exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and his soul was scattered. A one-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe was killed by Lu Ming in seconds. The entire place quieted down. This scene shocked everyone. Earlier on, the aura that the evil god tribe's expert had revealed was not weak. Although it was not comparable to Di Shi Tian's, it was still extremely terrifying. To the people of the divine wilderness continent, they were unfathomable and unrivaled existences. However, such an existence was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Chapter 2180 Legendary, still a legendary. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Hoo. After a long time, many people heaved a sigh of relief. As for Yuan and the other members of the Dragon Alliance, their eyes were filled with wild joy. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. At this moment, Sakra Asia's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Lu Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. You can actually kill a one-star void emperor. Sakra said coldly. However, he was still confident and not worried. He was a 3-star void emperor. The difference between a 1-star void emperor and a 3-star void emperor was too great. He could easily kill a 1-star void emperor in seconds. He did not think that Lu Ming could fight him. Moreover, he could tell that Lu Ming had not broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. No matter how strong the Emperor-to-be was, how could he be a match for a 3-star void emperor? Lu Ming, I'll end you personally. Sakra Asia's body exuded a cold killing intent, and his aura was monstrous. Kill. This time, Lu Ming made his move directly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Sakra and directly attacked. Boom. 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 In the process of rushing out, the aura on Lu Ming's body kept exploding and rising. One law after another burst out. 5 types of nomological laws erupted one after another, forming a 5-colored river of nomological laws. This is the law of chaos and the law of death. How is this possible? Impossible. This is impossible. In an instant, Sakra Asia's expression changed drastically as he roared madly, as if he had discovered something unbelievable and unbelievable. Boom. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The sky and earth rumbled and the space was penetrated. The Emperor's sword. Sakra roared. At this moment, he was extremely frightened and exploded with all his strength, hoping to block it. At that moment, Lu Ming released 5 types of laws, 2 ultimate laws and 3 king path laws. He was almost scared to death. At this moment, the experts of the Divine Ox Palace and the Barbaric Dragon Palace were almost scared to death as they roared madly. The people from the Divine Wilderness continent did not know how shocking Lu Ming's display of 5 types of laws was. However, they, who came from the Yuan continent, naturally knew. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Thump. At that moment, Lu Ming and Sakra's attacks collided. Boom. Lu Ming's palm force bombarded the Emperor's sword that Sakra slashed out. Buzz. The Emperor's sword trembled violently as if it could not bear the burden and finally exploded. Lu Ming's palm did not stop and continued to bombard forward, hitting Sakra's chest. Sakra's chest was directly penetrated, leaving a hole in it. The terrifying power of destruction poured into Sakra's body crazily, destroying his life. You. How is that possible? Blood kept gushing out of Sakra Asia's mouth. He stared at Lu Ming with disbelief. Even now, he still could not believe that a person could master 5 types of laws before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. 2 of them were even ultimate laws. This had simply broken his understanding of martial arts. The next moment, a terrifying destructive power rushed into Sakra Asia's body. Sakra Asia's body exploded and turned into ashes. Even his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Sakra's storage ring. At this moment, the scene was in a dead silence. Countless people were dumbfounded and their eyes widened. In their eyes, the supreme Yuan continent powerhouse, the unrivaled Sakra Asia, could not even last one move in Lu Ming's hands. He was instantly killed in one move. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would seem like a fantasy story. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. After a long while, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro finally reacted. They were so excited that they trembled and shouted. The Alliance Master is invincible. Then, the members of the Dragon Alliance came back to their senses and started to shout in excitement. At that moment, Lu Ming was supreme and invincible in their eyes. The shouts came wave after wave, soaring into the clouds. Hua Qi, Shuel Yan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were also trembling with excitement. As for those from the sovereign race, Divine Ox Palace, and Manlong Palace, their faces were deathly pale. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and the place quieted down. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Ren Qianqing indifferently. Didn't you just want to crush me with one finger? Make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. Plop. Ren Qianxing's body went limp as he collapsed onto the ground. His face was completely drained of blood, and he was so frightened that he almost cried. Was he courting death by attacking Lu Ming? Even Sakra Asia was no match for Lu Ming. He was simply an ant in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could probably kill him with a single breath. Such a person still wants to be on par with my master. He even brags that he has surpassed my master and is known as the #1 in the Divine Wilderness. What a joke! Zhuang Xiaoro mocked. Many people also sneered. Indeed, Ren Qianqing was not qualified to be compared to Lu Ming. They were on completely different levels. This was especially so for those who had previously thought that Ren Qianqing had already surpassed Lu Ming and regarded him as the #1 throughout the ages. Their faces were flushed red and they were too ashamed to show their faces. Ren Qianqing was not even fit to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Legend, he's still a legend. An old man sighed. Everyone immediately nodded, greatly moved. Yes, a legend was still a legend. Back then, Lu Ming was a legend of the Divine Wilderness continent. He rose up from the ground and eventually unified the Divine Wilderness. He was an unprecedented legend in the Divine Wilderness continent. Now, after cultivating in the Yuan continent for more than 10 years, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable realm. Even someone as powerful as Sakra D was killed in one move. Lu Ming was still a legend. Let's go. At this moment, the monarch race and the remaining evil god race members finally reacted. They all rushed up into the sky, wanting to escape. You want to leave? All of you, stay. Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch. Roar! Roar! This punch was filled with countless runes. Then, the runes condensed into true dragons that pounced out with a roar. The sovereign race's martial emperor powerhouse had already been killed by Lu Ming. Anyone below the martial emperor realm would not be able to withstand a single blow. When the true dragon pounced, no matter if it was an emperor-to-be or an absolute saint, they were all killed in seconds. A series of screams rang out, but it soon quieted down. The experts of the sovereign race and evil god race were all killed. Plop! At this moment, Li Ke knelt down and screamed, Lu Ming, no, 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 Alliance Master Lu, please spare my life. Please spare my dog life. Earlier on, his master was killed by Lu Ming. He was scared to death now. Alliance Master Lu, please spare me. Ren Qianqing also started pleading. Fatty, Xiao Shan, Xiao Rou, I'll leave these people to you. Lu Ming said. All right. The fat man carried the battle axe and rushed out. No, I don't want to die. Ren Qianqing howled as he turned and ran. Li Ke was the same. However, their combat power was far from that of Fatty and Zhuang Xiaoshan, so they were killed in a few moves. Chapter 2181. Kill them all now. Everyone knew why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the rest's cultivation and combat strength had soared so much. It was all because of Lu Ming. At the same time, everyone's respect for Lu Ming grew. It only took a few months for Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the others to increase their cultivation and combat power so much that they could easily suppress Ren Qianqing and the others. This was simply unbelievable. They thought of that sentence again. A legend was still a legend. At this moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Divine Ox Palace's master of the Manlong Dragon Hall. We pay our respects to Alliance Master Lu. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Hall felt a chill run down his spine. He put on an ugly smile and came over to greet Lu Ming. Just now, they had wanted to run away. However, Lu Ming was too terrifying. Where could they run to? Lu Ming would probably catch up to them and kill them. Therefore, he might as well stay behind and express his goodwill to Lu Ming. I'm very curious. Where are you from in the Yuan continent? Lu Ming looked at the leaders of the two forces. Alliance Master Lu, I'm from the land of the divine beasts. The master of Divine Ox Palace said. I'm from the land of the heavenly berserkers. The Manlong Dragon Hall master said. How did you guys get here? Why would he suddenly come to such a remote place like the divine wilderness continent? Lu Ming asked again. He was very curious about this, and he wanted to know. If they could come, so could the others. Lu Ming was very worried about this. It would be troublesome if a stronger existence, such as a high-level illusionary emperor or a true emperor, came. I once found an ancient map by chance. The ancient map recorded that in the desolate land, there was a paradise. The cultivation environment was much better than many sacred grounds in the Yuan continent. I followed the map and found an ancient teleportation array. That was how one came to the divine wilderness. The master of Divine Ox Palace said. Me too. The master of Manlong Hall nodded, similar to the master of Divine Ox Palace. Where's your map? Let me see. Lu Ming said. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the hall master of the Manlong Hall looked at each other. Then, they each took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. The others sighed. These were the two overlords of the Yuan continent. Previously, they were the overlords of the divine wilderness continent. But now, they were like two servants, trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. The difference between before and after was too great. This made countless people sigh. Lu Ming took the two jade talismans and scanned them with his spiritual senses. Indeed, they were two ancient maps. Other than you guys, no one else knows? Lu Ming continued to ask. No, I didn't tell anyone. He only brought a few of his subordinates to the divine wilderness. Me too. The two of them shook their heads. The two of them were also ordinary emperor-level forces in the Yuan continent, similar to the monarch race. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Alliance Master Lu, since you are back, how about we split the divine wilderness equally with the Dragon Alliance? The master of the Divine Ox Palace looked at Lu Ming carefully and suggested. You guys still want to split up the divine wilderness? Lu Ming said with a half-smile. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Palace master both had ugly expressions. Finally, the master of Divine Ox Palace gritted his teeth and said, Alliance Master Lu, I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance in the future and serve you. I'm also willing. They had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under the roof. Oh, join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered to himself. Yes, that's good. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. The master of Divine Ox Palace and Man Long Hall were overjoyed, but a cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. As long as they could stabilize Lu Ming, they would send people back to Yuan continent and invite more experts. By then, they did not believe that they could not kill Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. It was so sudden that the masters of the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace were caught off guard. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palms twice in a row, hitting the two of them. Their bodies were pierced, and the terrifying destructive power gushed into them. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. I still believe in the dead. At the martial emperor realm, the power of an oath is already too weak. If you secretly return to the Yuan continent later and find stronger experts, I will put myself in danger. So, you should all die. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, the power of his palm exploded, and the masters of the two forces were turned into ashes. Let's go. The remaining people of the two forces were shocked. Some of them reacted and tried to escape. Kill. After killing the two forces' leaders, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He immediately charged at the two forces' leaders. There were also martial emperor powerhouses in these two forces. However, they could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and were killed in an instant. Following that, those below the martial supreme realm did not manage to escape either. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. This scene was shocking. The three major powers of the Yuan continent that had dominated the divine wilderness for many years had been annihilated because of Lu Ming's return. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. At this moment, everyone from the Dragon League knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. They understood that the Dragon Alliance was about to unify the divine wilderness again. No one could match him. As for those who weren't from the Dragon Alliance or those who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance, they were all trembling. From today onwards, the Dragon Alliance will be rebuilt and reorganized. Lu Ming's voice was heard by everyone. Leave all of this to Xia Yuan and Xia Jiuyang. Deal with these people, I'll go and get rid of the remaining forces of the three great factions. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the Imperial Dragon City. He began to spread out his spiritual consciousness to search for the remnants of the sovereign race and the evil god race. As long as he found them, he would kill them on the spot. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the Eastern Barren territory to kill the remaining members of the Divine Ox Palace. Then, he came to the southern underworld to kill the remaining members of the Manlong Palace. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the overseas area. The ancient teleportation formation that connected the continents of the Divine Ruins to the Yuan continent was not only in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. There were also teleportation formations on other continents. Lu Ming wanted to find and destroy all of them to prevent experts from the Yuan continent from coming again. In the following month, Lu Ming walked around the Divine Ruins continents and found more than a dozen teleportation altars. All of them were destroyed by Lu Ming, leaving only the teleportation arrays that led to the Azure continent, Cloud continent, and the Emperor continent. At this time, the Dragon Alliance had been reorganized. Some people who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance because of the arrival of the Yuan forces had been dealt with. However, there were more people who joined the Dragon Alliance. Now that Lu Ming had returned and killed the three major forces of the Yuan continent, everyone was shocked. It could be said that with Lu Ming in charge of the Dragon Alliance, it was the true overlord and no one could shake it. Many experts had joined the Dragon League. The Imperial Dragon City was being rebuilt again. When Lu Ming returned to the Imperial Dragon City, another huge statue of Lu Ming was erected. It was bigger and more majestic than before. After Lu Ming returned, he held a grand banquet and brought Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others back to the Imperial Dragon City. After that, Lu Ming took over the Imperial Dragon City and handed over a large number of resources to Yuan and the others. For example, there were all sorts of domain-level martial arts techniques, divine abilities, ori rocks, and pills. Yuan and the others were ecstatic. With these, their cultivation speed would skyrocket, and their combat power would also be stronger. The mysterious passage after that, Lu Ming had Yuan, Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others enter the Dian Elixir Furnace to help them refine their spiritual bodies. The higher-ups of the Dragon League had their spirit bodies strengthened and their cultivation speed was also increasing rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming had also tempered Li Ping and Lu Yunshan's physical bodies and raised the level of their bloodlines. Their cultivation bases were also rapidly increasing. The resources that Lu Ming brought back were too abundant, especially the Nirvana pills. Lu Ming bought a lot of them. The bloodline level of the disciples of the Dragon Alliance skyrocketed and evolved continuously. In addition to the excellent cultivation environment, the strength of the entire Dragon League was also rapidly improving. In the past, the Divine Wilderness continent underwent a huge change, and the cultivation conditions had changed drastically. However, they did not have any cultivation techniques, nor did they have any mystic arts or martial techniques, so it was difficult for them to achieve a huge breakthrough. And now, it was the real explosion. In order to obtain domain martial arts techniques, magical techniques, and various pills, more people joined the Dragon League. The power of the Dragon Alliance expanded rapidly, covering every corner. Not only that, but Yuan and the others also sent out an army to subdue the other continents. The continent group of the Divine Ruins was all under the control of the Dragon Alliance. Time flew by, and half a year had passed. In the past 6 months, other than helping others to temper their spirit bodies, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He focused on understanding the alchemy Dao laws and his mastery of the alchemy Dao laws became deeper and deeper. Let's go to 9 Dragons and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming had not been to 9 Dragons since he came back. He was very curious about what had happened there. Lu Ming broke through the air at an amazing speed. Soon, he entered the Eastern Barren Territory and flew toward 9 Dragons. The concentration of the original Qi in the East continent was even more shocking, and countless people were cultivating in seclusion all over the East continent. The closer they got to 9 Dragons, the more concentrated the original Qi was. What a strong killing intent! Lu Ming frowned when he arrived outside 9 Dragons. He could feel the murderous intent in 9 Dragons. In this kind of murderous aura, people with insufficient cultivation would not be able to survive in 9 Dragons. They would be affected by the murderous aura and even go crazy and die. Lu Ming felt that even a bright saint would find it difficult to establish a foothold here. One would need to be at least in the eminent saint realm to do so. There was no one in 9 Dragons at the moment. The original residents of 9 Dragons had long moved out of the city. One heard that this killing intent fluctuates and disappears for a period of time. At that time, countless people will enter 9 Dragons to cultivate. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard about this long ago. No one knew the reason. However, this murderous aura had no effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and entered 9 Dragons. In the past, there had been 9 huge dragon veins in 9 Dragons. At the head of each dragon vein, there was a divine 9 dragon cauldron. There were 9 dragon veins, 6 on the outside and 3 in the middle. But now, there were only 3 dragon veins left in 9 dragons. The 6 outside dragon veins had already flown away. It was said that they had flown into the middle of the 3 dragon veins in the middle and disappeared. Lu Ming made his way to the center of 9 dragons. In the center of 9 dragons, there were 3 huge dragon veins. The 3 dragon heads faced each other, and there was a large open space in the middle. Back then, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was built at this location. But now, the structure of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had long disappeared. In its place was a huge cave. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the cave and looked over with rapt attention. In the cave, there was a white mist. This was formed when the original qi was dense to a certain extent. Extremely dense origin qi continuously spread out from the cave. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that this should be a passageway, but he did not know where it led to. The rich origin qi was coming from the opposite side. Furthermore, the nomological fluctuations were coming from the other side, causing the divine wilderness continent to stabilize. At the same time, a thick murderous aura was emitted from the passage. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded, shaking the world. Lu Ming was shocked because the dragon's roar came from one of the dragon veins. Roar! Roar! Then, the dragon's roar continued to resound through the sky. Then, the earth rumbled and shook. Lu Ming realized that one of the dragon veins was moving. Boom! 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 A dragon vein trembled continuously. In the end, it was like a real dragon that moved. The dragon vein, which was tens of millions of miles long, was like a huge real dragon. It twisted and finally rose into the sky. Its roar resounded through the sky and spread to an endless distance. At this moment, outside 9 dragons, people could hear the commotion even from thousands of miles away. Something is wrong with the dragon vein of 9 dragons. I think another dragon vein is going to fly away. Every time a dragon vein flies away, the killing intent in 9 Dragons City will decrease sharply. Let's go. We can enter 9 Dragons City to cultivate for a while and find spiritual and sacred herbs on the way. At this moment, countless people were rushing to 9 dragons. Roar! Roar! In 9 dragons, the dragon's roar reverberated. Then, the dragon's vein shrank rapidly, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron on the top of the dragon's vein could be clearly seen. Finally, the dragon vein roared and rushed into the passage, disappearing. Another dragon's vein has flown away. What's on the other side of this passage? Lu Ming was extremely curious. He rushed in to find out the truth, but in the end, he held back. What if he couldn't come back after entering? Now, he had just returned to the divine wilderness and did not want to leave. Lu Ming planned to wait for a period of time, when the situation in the divine wilderness had completely stabilized, before he would leave and enter this passageway to investigate. That's right, let's go to the blood pool to take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the blood pool. The blood pool was located on a cliff of a huge mountain. On one of the cliffs, there were 3 large words, the blood pool. Beside the words, there was a platform that protruded from the cliff. Behind it was a cave, which was the entrance to the blood pool. Looking at the entrance of the blood pool, Lu Ming reminisced. Back then, not long after they arrived in 9 dragons, they were hunted down. Jian Filius' cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of death. They brought him to the blood pool, but later, Jian Filiu was taken away by a wisp of his remnant soul in the blood pool and had disappeared without a trace. Today, Lu Ming was going to explore the blood pool. The blood pool contained a strong murderous aura and killing intent. Back then, Lu Ming could not even go deep into it. Before Lu Ming went to the Yuan continent, his cultivation had reached a high level and he was able to kill a martial emperor. Lu Ming had also been to the blood pool once. However, the blood pool was unfathomable. The deeper one went, the stronger the killing intent. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation at that time, it was difficult for him to explore the bottom. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was many times stronger than it was in the past. Lu Ming wanted to explore it again. Lu Ming moved and entered the entrance. However, Lu Ming was stunned the moment he entered. Originally, the blood pool contained an endless amount of blood. But now, all the blood in the blood pool had dried up, leaving only an empty cave. Where Mu Lan went in the blood pool, there was not a single drop of blood. It had completely dried up, leaving only a pitch-black cave. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Could this be related to the world's metamorphosis? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming dashed into the cave and flew down. The cave was very deep. Lu Ming kept going down. After sinking for 100 miles, the cave actually slanted in one direction. That direction clearly led to the center of 9 dragons. Lu Ming kept flying. At last, he saw a huge passage filled with dense white fog. Isn't this the passageway in the center of 9 dragons? The blood pool was actually connected to the passageway in 9 dragons. Is Jian Filiu in the other world on the other side of the tunnel? Lu Ming made a guess. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Fai did not go in but returned the way he came. Not long after Lu Ming returned to 9 dragons, he realized that the murderous aura in 9 dragons was getting weaker and weaker. He believed that many people would rush into 9 dragons to cultivate soon. Lu Ming did not stop. He left 9 dragons and returned to the Imperial Dragon City. In the days that followed, Lu Ming would occasionally give public lectures. Countless people from the Dragon Alliance would attend his lectures to improve their cultivation. At the same time, Qiu Yu would also give lectures occasionally. When everyone found out that Qiu Yu was also a martial sovereign, there was another commotion in the Divine Wilderness continent. With the help of resources, there were more and more masters in the Dragon Alliance, and everyone's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. There were people constantly breaking through to the martial royal realm, and there were also people constantly breaking through to the saint realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming's resources were too abundant. In addition, Lu Ming also took out a large number of corpses of golden crows and god wolves. These were the bodies of the experts from the Skywolf Tower of the Golden Crow clan. Many of them were absolute saints, even illusionary emperors, and true emperors. The bodies of such experts would not deteriorate even after thousands of years. They could be kept fresh. Of course, the essence qi of a great emperor's body was too dense. They used the golden crow meat and divine wolf meat to make meat soup. Even so, it was still very nourishing. Just a bowl of it would make their bodies emit essence qi. At the same time, Lu Ming would select some people to enter the mountain and river diagram and cultivate under the path understanding ancient tree. They would comprehend concepts and laws. In this way, his cultivation would improve very quickly. For example, the siblings Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro had reached the saint realm very quickly. It was Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming had spent a lot of resources to make Lu Yunshan's cultivation base skyrocket. He had rushed to the martial emperor realm and was constantly advancing to the sage realm. Li Ping did not have much talent in cultivation, but with Lu Ming's resources, she had managed to reach the spiritual god realm. She would not be far from the martial royal realm. The cultivation of Hua Qi and the others had also skyrocketed. As for Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others, their talents were already very high. The fact that they had been able to achieve so much in such an environment back then was enough to explain everything. Now, under the support of various conditions, their cultivation had also broken through and advanced rapidly. Lu Ming did not stop either. He had been studying the alchemy Tao laws. However, the further one cultivated the alchemy Tao laws, the slower the speed of improvement would be. Therefore, Lu Ming had comprehended a new law. The laws of the artifact Tao. The 3 laws derived from the Tao of inscription were the laws of array Tao, the laws of alchemy Tao, and the laws of craftsmanship. Now, Lu Ming had comprehended all 3. Lu Ming did not care about the other laws that had reached perfection for the time being. He focused on comprehending the alchemy laws and the equipment laws. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Lu Ming returned to the Divine Wilderness continent. In the past 2 years, the Dragon Alliance had been thriving and becoming stronger and stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. The laws of alchemy had reached 90%, and the laws of craftsmanship had also reached 80%. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a huge margin compared to 2 years ago. It's time to go to the East Continent. One haven't seen you for many years. One wonder how senior sister Mu Lan is doing. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming looked at the eastern barren territory and muttered. In fact, he had wanted to meet Mu Lan for a long time. However, he had been hesitating. How could he not know Mu Lan's thoughts? Back then, Mu Lan had avoided meeting him and he did not know how to face her, so he had never seen her. However, Mu Lan had helped him a lot back then. If it weren't for Mu Lan's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Ditian Divine Guard and wouldn't have had his current achievements. Now, he had made up his mind. Since he had returned, what was the harm in meeting him? Lu Ming took a step forward and headed toward the Eastern Barren Territory. Not long after, he arrived at the Mu family's residence. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. He arrived at the Mu family and saw Mu Zheng and Mu Yuan. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Ming. After that, he met Mu Lan's father, Mu Tian, and Mu Lan's grandfather, Yan Lan. Senior Yan, Senior Mu. Lu Ming smiled and greeted them. Now, the origin qi of the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely rich. Even if they were not very talented, their cultivation had soared a lot and could not be compared with what they had been in the past. Seeing that Lu Ming did not put on any airs as the leader of the Dragon Alliance, they relaxed and set up a banquet to chat with him. Senior Mu, I wonder if senior sister Mu Lan is here? Lu Ming asked. These words caused Mu Tian, Yan Lan, Mu Zheng, and Mu Yuan to become silent. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. Senior sister Mu Lan, what's wrong with her? Lu Ming asked again. Sigh, that girl is too stubborn. Yan Lan suddenly sighed. Senior, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. The bad premonition in his heart grew stronger. That girl is too headstrong. She has always wanted to catch up to you and didn't want to fall behind too much. But with her talent, how could she catch up to you? However, the world's metamorphosis this time has given her hope. Lu Ming, you must have been to 9 dragons, right? He asked. Yan Lan sighed and finally asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Every once in a while, the killing intent in 9 dragons would weaken, and people would be able to enter. Whether it's the original qi or the killing intent, they all come from that passage. Therefore, some people speculate that the other end of the passage must be a supreme holy land for cultivation. Some people even say that whoever can enter the other side of the passage will be able to obtain a supreme opportunity. Yan Lan explained. Don't tell me, Lu Ming thought of something and his heart skipped a few beats. That's right. That girl went into that passage alone and never came back. And that was before you came back. Yan Lan sighed. Mu Tian and the others also sighed. It was said that there was an unparalleled opportunity on the other side of the passage, but those were just legends and people's conjectures. However, Mu Lan wanted to seize this opportunity. She wanted to take a gamble. Otherwise, she knew that she would never be able to keep up with Lu Ming. It's been almost 6 years since I left. Mu Tian let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with longing and worry. Senior sister Mu Lan, why do you have to do this? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, all kinds of memories about Mu Lan emerged in his mind. Terrifying battle on the other side of the tunnel. Mu Lan first met Lu Ming in Fiery Wind City. At that time, Lu Ming had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the early stages of Lu Ming's cultivation, Mu Lan had been of great help to him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve. The gap between the two of them grew wider and wider. Their relationship seemed to be growing further and further apart. Senior Mu Tian, Senior Yan Lan, don't worry. 111 definitely find senior sister Mu Lan and bring her back. Lu Ming said firmly. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You want to enter that passage too? Don't act rashly, we don't know where that passage leads to and what dangers it has. If you rashly enter, I'm afraid you'll put yourself in danger. Yan Lan advised. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Lu Ming said. In fact, he had already wanted to explore that passage. But previously, he had just returned to the divine wilderness. He wanted to spend more time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping because he did not know where this passageway led to. If he were to go, it would take a long time before he could return. Furthermore, during this period of time, he had let Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorb the Ori rocks, and the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had already exceeded 10%. Now that he could control Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, he was much more confident. Especially now that he heard that Mu Lan had entered that passageway 6 years ago, Lu Ming was even more determined to go and explore. The few of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming took his leave. Before he left, Lu Ming left behind a storage ring. Lu Ming stored a lot of cultivation resources. Lu Ming did not enter the passageway immediately. He had to make some arrangements before he left. First, he came to the Divine Ruins continent and returned to the Azure continent through the teleportation array. If he told Cloud Dragon Valley Master about the Divine Wilderness continent, he could let some of the talented geniuses of Dragon God Valley cultivate in the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, the two sides could take care of each other. Lu Ming returned to the Imperial Dragon City and told Xiao Wan and the others about the Dragon God Valley incident in the Tsang region. Then, he left the remaining puppets in his hands, 1 at the Martial Emperor realm and 18 at the Emperor-to-be realm, to guard the Imperial Dragon City. After that, he bade farewell to his parents and Xiao Yu, saying that he would be leaving for a period of time. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming came to 9 dragons once again, at the passageway. Now, there was only 1 dragon vein left. More than half a year ago, another dragon vein rushed into the passage and disappeared. He didn't know when the last dragon vein would rush in. Senior Sister Mu Lan, please be all right. Lu Ming muttered. He then took a step forward and rushed into the passage. The white mist of the original qi in the passage greatly hindered one's vision. Even Lu Ming could only see a few dozen miles ahead. This passageway was extremely large, at least a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming found the right direction and flew toward the front of the passage. It was silent all around. Lu Ming had been flying for 3 days but he had yet to reach the end of the passage. Suddenly, after Lu Ming had flown for a distance, his field of vision suddenly widened. The origin qi here was no longer a mist, but a liquid. The liquid origin qi floated around like ribbons. Without the mist of the original qi blocking his vision, Lu Ming could see his surroundings clearly. Lu Ming was shocked at the sight of his surroundings. The tunnel was no longer surrounded by stone walls, but pitch-black darkness. Spatial energy storms constantly surged, but the walls seemed to be a barrier that blocked the spatial energy outside the tunnel. This was a void passage. Lu Ming was shocked. This place was definitely no longer in the Divine Wilderness continent. It was in the chaotic void. Where did this lead to? Lu Ming observed with rapt attention and then continued to move forward. He seemed to be traveling through the void. In the void passageway, he had only walked 1 mile, but in reality, he had already traveled a long distance. In this way, Lu Ming advanced for another 7 days. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from the front, as if there were people fighting. He was almost at the end. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sped up. Boom! Boom! As Lu Ming moved forward, the rumbling sounds in front of him became more and more intense. It was terrifying. Waves of terrifying aura surged from the front, making Lu Ming feel a sense of fear. He did not know how far away they were, but Lu Ming already had such a feeling. What was the cultivation of the people who were fighting? Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. However, since he was already here, there was no reason to turn back. No matter what, he had to take a look in front and see what was ahead. Lu Ming continued to move forward. The rumbling sounds in front of him continued. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the divine wilderness continent right behind him? Roar! Roar! The roars of a dragon could be heard as a true dragon flew over. It's indeed a dragon vein. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Behind them was the last dragon vein of 9 dragons. On the head of the dragon vein was a huge divine 9-dragon cauldron, which was flying toward them at an amazing speed. Lu Ming quickly stepped aside, or he would be hit by the dragon vein. The dragon vein whizzed past. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and leaped onto the dragon vein. The dragon vein itself was a giant dragon-shaped mountain range. It was huge and tens of millions of miles long, but now it had shrunk many times. Lu Ming landed on the dragon vein and charged forward with it. Not long after, he saw light ahead. They had reached the exit. But here, an even more shocking explosion came. The dragon vein let out a long roar and rushed out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, Lu Ming leaped into the dragon vein. He realized that outside the cave was a pitch-black land. Lu Ming landed on the ground and looked into the distance. His pupils dilated rapidly. In the void in front of them, there were 8 huge true dragons. No one knew how big they were, but they stretched across the sky and earth. On top of each of the 8 true dragons, there was a huge cauldron that was emitting a bright light. At this moment, the 9th dragon vein rushed over and also turned into a giant true dragon. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron trembled. The 9 cauldrons emitted a brilliant light and resonated. In front of the 9 true dragons, there were 2 huge demonic shadows. Their bodies were as tall as the sky, and they were stuck in the clouds. The auras given off by the 2 demonic shadows were earth-shattering. Although they were a great distance away from Lu Ming, he still felt a sense of horror and a sense of foreboding. Lu Ming did not feel this feeling even when he was with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. This is the evil god tribe. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on them. Although they were very far away, he could roughly judge from their appearance that the 2 demonic shadows belonged to the evil god tribe. Such a terrifying evil god race. Could this be the heaven realm? Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Boom! Boom! The 9 giant true dragons converged, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron glowed as it fought the 2 demonic shadows. The scene was earth-shattering. Each strike gave people the feeling that it could destroy the world. Chapter 2185 Tunnel Collapses Roar. An earth-shaking dragon's roar was heard. This earth-shaking dragon's roar actually came from the depths of the sky. Lu Ming looked up and his eyes widened. In the depths of the sky, there was a true dragon. It was impossible to tell how big it was, and its body was circling, covering the sky. This true dragon's aura was even more shocking and difficult to fathom. However, this true dragon had encountered a strong enemy and was fighting with a huge demonic shadow. You won't be able to defend this passage. In the near future, our army will enter the primordial realm in large numbers. A rumbling sound came from the mouth of the demonic shadow in the sky. Don't even think about it. The true dragon let out a long roar and fought the demonic shadow. That aura was too terrifying. Even though they were far apart, Lu Ming still felt great pressure, as if he was about to kneel down. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and gritted his teeth to withstand it. Boom! Boom! The battle was getting more and more intense. You want to stop me with just a drop of blood? Kill! The demonic figure in the sky let out a long roar and attacked wildly, forcing the true dragon to retreat. In the distance, the divine 9-dragon cauldron on the back of the 9-dragon vein was fighting the 2 demonic shadows. It was very intense, a group of losers who tried to stop us. Kill them all. A voice came from the distance. Then, Lu Ming saw another demonic shadow. It was indomitable as it strode over. Its vast and terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. As soon as the figure arrived, he attacked the true dragon in the sky. The true dragon was no match for the two demonic shadows and retreated. The direction that they were retreating in was Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming's expression was ugly as he turned to run. He wanted to rush into the void passageway and escape back to the divine wilderness continent. He didn't expect that he would encounter a great battle the moment he arrived. Every single one of them was terrifying to the extreme. Their combat strength was unbelievably strong, even stronger than Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. He was definitely a peerless expert. He didn't run. As long as a wisp of chi hit him, he would be dead. Little guy, don't run in that direction. We can't leave this passage open. I'll send you out. At this moment, an aged voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming's body was thrown out. Lu Ming was speechless. He wanted to return to the divine wilderness. Why did he leave him behind? Then, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The huge true dragon suddenly turned around and slammed its huge claws on the passage. The passage shook violently, then collapsed, cracked, and collapsed. Then, the 9 huge divine 9 dragon cauldrons also smashed down on the passage. Boom! 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 The tunnel continued to collapse, and the space exploded. Don't even think about destroying the passageway. The demonic shadows roared and suddenly attacked. Heaven and earth shook and endless gales blew. The terrifying destructive power swept in all directions and Lu Ming was instantly swept into it. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy shrouding his body glowed. 2 small true dragons swam around continuously, blocking the energy outside. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming had a feeling that even if he used the celestial thearch's physical body, it would be useless. He would not be able to block it. Even so, there were still traces of vibrating energy that passed through the energy shield and acted on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to almost explode. Kacha! Lu Ming's bone armor made a cracking sound. Some of the bones were broken and some of the muscles were torn. Lu Ming was severely injured and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Boom! Roar! The passageway was filled with constant explosions and dragon roars. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and space was torn apart like paper before being shattered. Lu Ming was swept away by the void energy storm. His body could not help but move away from this place. Slowly, the violent rumbles could no longer be heard. Lu Ming did not know how far he was sent flying and he fell heavily on the ground. The energy on his body had also disappeared. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and started to look around. This was a desolate land with potholes everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. It was deathly silent and there were no living creatures. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. Senior Sister Mu Lan. Lu Ming was very worried. As soon as he arrived here, he encountered such a thing. Several supreme existences were fighting each other. If it wasn't for that energy that enveloped him, he would have already turned into ashes. He wondered what Mu Lan's situation was like when she came here. Then, Lu Ming thought of the few unparalleled existences. It was obvious that those huge demonic shadows belonged to the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe must have discovered the void passageway and wanted to snatch it. However, they were stopped by the 9 dragon veins and the huge true dragon. In the end, the true dragon and the 9 dragon veins destroyed the passage and stopped the other party from going through. It seems like the divine wilderness continent is connected to this place because of that passageway. The Yuan Qi here is being pumped into the divine wilderness, causing the Yuan Qi in the divine wilderness to be extremely rich. Lu Ming pondered because he realized that the original energy here was extremely rich. It was even richer than the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, the space was filled with a strong killing intent, which was similar to the killing intent he felt in Nine Dragons. From the looks of it, the good days of the divine wilderness continent are over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. With the passageway destroyed, the two places could not be connected. Without the constant flow of Yuan qi into the divine wilderness, the Yuan qi in the divine wilderness would quickly dry up and return to its original state. However, it was still 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, better than the evil god tribe invading the primordial realm through the passage. The moment the evil god race invaded, the divine wilderness would be the first to bear the brunt of their invasion through this passageway. An existence like that from before was too terrifying. A single slap could probably destroy the entire divine wilderness continent, and no one would be able to escape. But now, at most, the cultivation conditions would be worse. Moreover, the Dragon League had a large number of resources and raw gemstones left behind by Lu Ming. It was enough to cultivate for a long time. Furthermore, the Dragon God Valley of the Tsang Prefecture would send people to the divine wilderness. When the cultivation conditions in the divine wilderness became worse, some people from the Dragon Alliance could also cultivate in the Tsang Prefecture. At least, it was much better than before. Where is this place? Is he not in the Tai Ching heavenly region? Lu Ming thought of another problem. Lu Ming had heard Uncle Kong, Emperor Formless, and the others mention this before. Now, out of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, only the Tai Ching heaven domain was left. The other 8 heaven domains were all occupied by the alien races. The heaven realm guarded the passage to the Tai Ching heavenly region and fought with the alien races for countless years, but the alien races did not invade the Tai Ching heavenly region. That was because out of the 9 heaven regions in the heaven realm, only the Tai Ching heaven region had a passage that was connected to the primordial realm. However, if this was the Tai Ching heavenly region, how did the powerful beings of the foreign tribes get in? It would definitely be blocked by the powerhouses of the heaven realm, right? Therefore, Lu Ming speculated that this was most likely not the Tai Ching heavenly region. Chapter 2186 Ancient Battlefield, we're in trouble. Lu Ming sighed. If this was not the Tai Ching heavenly region, but another heavenly region, it would be troublesome. The other heavenly regions were completely occupied by the evil god tribe. How was he going to break out of their encirclement, head to the Tai Ching heavenly region, or return to the primordial realm? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows deeply. I don't care anymore. 111 Heal my injuries first. Lu Ming shook his head and sat cross-legged, starting to channel his energy to heal his injuries. Now, his Bodhi's recovery speed was amazing. In less than half a day, his injuries were completely healed and his cultivation was back to its peak. Let's observe the surroundings first. Lu Ming planned to observe and see where he was. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Looking around, all he could see was a desolate land. Ravines and pits covered the entire land. There were no living creatures or vegetation, only the howling wind. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Looking at the ravines and potholes on the ground, it looked like a battle between experts. I wonder if that passageway has been destroyed. Lu Ming could not help but think of the passageway. Now, he hoped that the passageway had been destroyed. If it was not destroyed and the alien races rushed in, he would be finished. However, before Lu Ming was swept away, he saw that the entire passage had exploded and shattered. It should be destroyed. Kill! Suddenly, a roar rang out, and a shocking killing intent filled the air. Lu Ming was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end. The holy power in his body circulated involuntarily. His body turned into a rainbow light and he retreated rapidly. However, no one chased after him. Kill! The voice then came from the sky. Lu Ming could not help but look in that direction. In the sky, light filled the air, and a figure appeared. This figure was clad in iron armor and holding a spear. His entire body was emitting a shocking killing intent as he roared. This is not real body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He discovered that this figure was not a physical entity. It was not even made of energy. It was just a shadow. Kill, kill, kill. The figure shouted a few times, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Then, the light distorted, and the figure disappeared like a phantom. What is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The figure was filled with a terrifying killing intent. It gave off the feeling that it was a terrifying expert. However, it had no hostility towards Lu Ming and seemed to not have seen him. After a few roars, it disappeared. Could it be that an expert who died in battle back then left behind an undying mark? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming observed for a while and did not find anything unusual. He then continued to move forward. Buzz! Buzz! This time, Lu Ming had not advanced for long when two rainbow lights flew toward him at high speed. Two humans. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see that there were two humans in the two beams of light and not the evil god tribe. The fact that the human race could come here meant that Lu Ming's previous speculation was wrong. This place was not the 8-heaven domain that was occupied by the evil god tribe. The two of them had obviously seen Lu Ming and flew toward him. As they neared, the rainbow light receded, revealing two figures. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He was tall and strong, and he exuded a powerful aura. There was also a burly middle-aged man in battle armor. The aura he gave off was also extremely powerful. A 3-star Void Emperor and a 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. That young man was a 3-star illusionary emperor. At such a young age, he had already reached this stage. He was definitely a Heaven's Pride figure. The middle-aged man was a 4-star Void Emperor. The two of them sized Lu Ming up carefully. The young man looked surprised. Brother, how should I address you? I've never seen you in the military camp before. The blue-robed youth cupped his fists. Military camp? Lu Ming's mind was racing. He then cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming. Not from the military camp. I was adventuring in a secret place and was accidentally swept into a void storm and brought here. Lu Ming told a lie. Oh. The young man and the middle-aged man looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Excuse me, may I ask where this place is? Lu Ming asked. You really don't know? The blue-robed man asked. I really don't know. Lu Ming nodded. It seems that Brother Lu really doesn't know. Then let me tell you. This is a battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Yuan Heavenly Region. The blue-robed youth said. The battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Yuan Heavenly Realm? He asked. Lu Ming's heart trembled and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Brother Lu, don't you know about the battlefield between the two heaven domains? The blue-robed youth's eyes were filled with even more doubt. I've been cultivating on an island overseas and adventuring overseas. Although I've heard about the battlefields of the Great War with the alien races, I'm not very clear about them. Please give me some advice. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely. So you're from overseas? No wonder. Let me tell you, the blue-robed young man began to explain. As we all know, there are 9 heaven regions in the heaven realm. The 9 heaven regions are like 9 worlds. They are connected to each other by passages. However, the passages between heaven regions are not void passages, but the earth. The heavenly regions are connected by the earth, like a long and wide road. This is the passage between the Yuan Heavenly Region and the Taiqing Heavenly Region. Because of the invasion of the alien tribes, the passage between the two heavenly regions has become a battlefield. The blue-robed man explained. Lu Ming understood now. The Yuan Heavenly Realm had been occupied by the alien tribes. This was the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Yuan Heavenly Realm. If the alien tribes wanted to invade the Taiqing Heavenly Realm, they would have to attack from here. No wonder there were alien races and humans here. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and felt more at ease. It was better to come to the battlefield between the two heaven domains than to go to the other heaven domains that were already occupied by the alien races. The hell we are in now is even more special. It is the most ancient battlefield. Countless years ago, there was a terrible war here. It was said that those who participated in the war were the most terrifying experts in the world. After that war, this ancient battlefield was silent for eternity. No outsiders could enter. The blue-robed youth said. Outsiders can't enter. Then, Lu Ming was puzzled. The reason why we couldn't enter before was that there was a fierce battle between the heaven realm and the top powerhouses of the foreign kinds. Countless peerless powerhouses died in the battle, and this place is filled with endless killing intent. Many peerless powerhouses left behind immortal marks after their deaths. Those marks can sense the people who come in here. Once they sense a powerful existence, they will attack and kill the powerful existence. However, not long ago, there was a huge change in the battlefield. Things have taken a turn for the better. As long as one's cultivation is not too high, they can enter. Brother Lu, you're quite lucky. This is a battlefield of ancient peerless powerhouses. Although countless years have passed, there might still be peerless treasures left behind. Now, many people have come here to explore. The blue-robed young man continued to explain. Chapter 2188 Ill Intentions. After the blue-robed youth's explanation, he finally understood the general situation. They were now in the middle of the battlefield of the two heaven regions, an ancient battlefield. In the past, many peerless experts had fought each other. This place was filled with terrifying killing intent, and the immortal marks left by the peerless experts would actively kill the experts who entered this place. Therefore, it was impossible to enter this hell in the past. However, not long ago, a change occurred. This area became accessible. Lu Ming could not help but think of the armored figure he had seen before. He held a spear in his hand and was shouting to kill. Could it be that the figure had died in the battle back then and left behind an inextinguishable mark? However, his cultivation was too weak, so the mark did not attack him. To those peerless powerhouses in the world, his cultivation base was indeed too weak. Could the changes in this area be related to the Great Battle? Lu Ming thought about it and felt that it was very likely. However, this area still has the mark of a peerless expert. Those below the true Emperor realm won't be in trouble if they enter, but it's hard to say for those above the true Emperor realm. The higher their cultivation, the more dangerous it is. So, this is our chance. The blue-robed young man's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Then, the blue-robed young man looked at Lu Ming with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Brother Lu, since you've come here by accident, why don't we travel together? If we encounter any opportunities, we can split them equally. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had just arrived in the heaven realm and had many questions to ask. It was best to have a companion. Immediately, the three of them moved forward together. However, the three of them didn't dare to move too fast. No one had entered this ancient battlefield since ancient times. No one knew what dangers there would be. Not long after, the three of them encountered another inextinguishable imprint. This time, it wasn't a human, but a giant bird. Its aura was wild, and its killing intent soared into the sky. The bird's cold gaze swept over the three of them, but it didn't make a move. After a while, it disappeared. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't strong. If it had been a powerful existence, they would probably have been attacked by these marks. These imprints were definitely extremely powerful when they were alive. Legend had it that this battlefield was one of the most powerful battlefields between the heaven realm and the alien race. Those who could participate in the battle were all unimaginably powerful. Therefore, the marks left behind by these powerhouses were also extremely terrifying. He had once entered this place with a great emperor and was immediately killed by the imprint. Even a heavenly emperor had entered this place and died. From this, one could see how terrifying these imprints were when they were alive. Along the way, Lu Ming asked around and learned a lot of information. The blue-robed young man was called LAN Yun. The middle-aged man was called LAN Songshi. They were outside the battlefield, training in the camp of the Tai Ching heavenly region and fighting with the alien races. This time, many people knew about the changes in the ancient battlefield. In addition to them, many people from the Heaven Realm army camp had also rushed over. After all, the people who had participated in the battle were too powerful. Even though countless years had passed and many things might have rotted, there might still be some treasures left that hadn't rotted. As long as one could obtain one, it would be a great opportunity. It was not surprising that many people came to explore. The alien races would probably send people over as well. The three of them continued to search the area. However, the place was deathly silent and empty. There was nothing there. 2 hours later. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. In front of him was a messy pile of rocks. In the middle of the rocks was a skeleton. From his posture, he seemed to be sitting on the ground. In his hand was a broken sword. Once a martial arts expert reached the Saint Realm, it would be extremely difficult for his body to corrode. At the Martial Emperor Realm, one's physical body was said to be immortal. But everything was relative. It could last for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years without rotting. However, what about 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? With the passage of time, everything would eventually corrode. The skeleton in front of him might have been a peerless expert when he was alive. The few of them glanced at the finger of this expert, but unfortunately, they didn't see a storage ring. Even storage rings would be corroded over the years, and the items inside could be swept into the void. It was obvious that this being's storage ring had already been corroded. Then, their eyes fell on the broken sword in skeleton's hand. The broken sword was indeed covered in rust, but after such a long time, even the physical body and storage ring of this unparalleled expert had been corroded. However, the broken sword had remained. This was definitely a shocking treasure. Especially LAN Yun and LAN Songshi, their eyes were shining with a fiery light. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and get the broken sword?" LAN Yun spoke and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I'll go." There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. This LAN Yun actually asked him to get the broken sword. He definitely did not have good intentions and wanted to give the broken sword to Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to test the waters. After the death of such a peerless expert, even though countless years had passed, no one knew what kind of danger would befall them. What if the other party had left behind a trace of qi, or left behind some backup plan? To take his broken sword would be courting death. "Go quickly and bring me the broken sword." LAN Songshi also spoke, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. He finally understood why LAN Yun was so kind to answer his question and even invited him to go with him. His goal was to use him as a test stone. If there was any danger, he would be the first to go. "Brother Lu, hurry up," LAN Yun urged. At the same time, he moved and formed a corner with LAN Songshi to block Lu Ming's retreat. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. "All right, I'll go get it," Lu Ming said with a smile. He stepped forward and walked toward the skeleton. Of course, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He was highly focused and his spiritual senses constantly scanned the skeleton and the broken sword. However, he did not find any abnormalities or any danger. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He held the Celestial Emperor's sword in his hand. Now that Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had stored more than 10% of its energy, the Celestial Emperor's sword could burst out with a powerful force. If anything went wrong, he could use the Celestial Emperor's sword to block. As he slowly approached the skeleton, he still didn't sense any danger. Lu Ming's spiritual sense was focused on the broken sword. The broken sword was undying, so the most dangerous part was definitely the broken sword. However, from a close distance, he could feel that the broken sword seemed to have lost its spirituality and was no different from a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A palm condensed from Saint Energy grabbed at the broken sword. Saint Energy? You haven't become a Saint Emperor yet? Seeing the holy power surging in Lu Ming's palm, LAN Yun smiled in disdain. Chapter 2188 Striking first. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming was at least an expert at the martial emperor realm. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was using Saint Energy and not World Energy, they immediately looked disdainful. At this moment, Lu Ming's hand, which was condensed with holy power, had already grabbed the broken sword. Nothing happened at all, there was nothing unusual. Lu Ming retracted his holy power and held the broken sword in his hand. It was cold to the touch, and there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming kept the Celestial Emperor's sword. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not control the Celestial Emperor's sword to attack. After all, once the energy of the Celestial Emperor's physical body was exhausted, it was too troublesome to replenish it. The amount of resources required was also shocking. It's been too long. The spirituality in the broken sword has long been lost. It's now a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual senses and realized that the broken sword was no longer of any use. Seeing that Lu Ming had successfully obtained the broken sword, LAN Yun and LAN Songshi smiled. Brother Lu, hurry up and give me the broken sword. LAN Yun said somewhat impatiently. Brother Lan, I was the one who obtained this broken sword. Lu Ming turned around, looked at LAN Yun, and said indifferently. Brother Lu, leave it to me first. Well, split the treasures equally when we get more. LAN Yun said, his tone somewhat impatient. If not for the fact that he wanted to make use of Lu Ming, he would definitely have fallen out with him. LAN Songshi was even more direct. It's a waste to leave such a treasure in the hands of a saint realm like you. Hand it over to us first. We'll naturally compensate you later. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. He deliberately muttered to himself and said, all right then. He then tossed the broken sword to LAN Yun. LAN Yun was overjoyed, and hurriedly took it and looked at it. With a single glance, he revealed a disappointed expression. It has no spirituality at all, just like a piece of scrap metal. LAN Yun shook his head, but he still put away the broken sword. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. Lu Ming said. You want to leave? LAN Yun's face sank. That's right. I still have something to do in my hometown. I have to find the exit and go back first. One won't be accompanying you two in your treasure hunt. Lu Ming randomly came up with a reason. Lu Ming, I've explained so many problems to you and you're just saying that you want to leave. It's not that simple. Come with us. LAN Yun said coldly. Brat, let's search for treasure together. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. LAN Songshi appeared behind Lu Ming, exuding a cold killing intent. They were trying to force Lu Ming to be their pathfinder. Lu Ming sneered. The other party had explained some problems for him, but he had already taken a risk for them and obtained the broken sword. Furthermore, the reason why the other party was explaining the matter to him was because he had ill intentions from the start. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly and he smiled, all right, since that's the case, I'll go with you. However, we'll split the treasures equally. Naturally. LAN Yun said, but in his heart, he sneered at Lu Ming's naivety. He wanted to split the loot equally. Even if Lu Ming did not die during the subsequent pathfinding process, they would not keep him after that. Boom! At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Lu Ming exploded and raised his combat strength to the peak in an instant. He threw a palm at LAN Songshi. This move was too sudden. LAN Songshi was very strong. He was a 4-star illusionary emperor. In the face of danger, he roared and several laws emanated from his body. But he was still a step too late. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming was only a figure below the rank of a martial supreme and that they could kill anyone below the rank of a martial supreme with a flip of their hands. Therefore, they were not as wary as before. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly made a killing move. In a hurry, Lan Songshur only had time to control the law and block in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's palm hit Lan Song's body. The law that covered Lan Song's body trembled wildly and was finally penetrated by Lu Ming's palm. The terrifying palm force surged into Lan Song's body, creating a large transparent hole in his body. Lan Songshur cried out in pain and retreated frantically, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he sensed 7 types of laws from Lu Ming. 2 supreme laws and 5 king path laws. Lan Songshur was almost scared to death. This person's combat strength is very strong. Lu Ming also frowned. Lu Ming had already perfected 5 types of laws. The laws of alchemy and the laws of craftsmanship had not been perfected. His body had not been tempered, but his combat strength was much stronger than it was during the 10 lands battle. With his current battle strength, he could kill a 5-star Void Emperor if he were to unleash his full power. However, when Lu Ming launched a sneak attack just now, he did not manage to kill Lan Songshur but only severely injured him. Lan Songshur was only a 4-star Void Emperor. He could sense 3 types of laws from Lan Songshur. 1 king path law and 2 ordinary laws. Furthermore, he had reached the 2nd realm in 2 of his ordinary nomological laws. Lan Song's battle strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary 4-star illusionary emperor. And at this moment, LAN Yun also reacted. Piece of shit, you dare to attack. You're looking for death. LAN Yun bellowed and burst out with his combat strength, charging toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed towards the sand towards Lan Songshur. He would deal with one first, then the other. The other party wanted to use him as a test. How was that possible? Boom! Lu Ming kept swinging his palm. In an instant, he had struck dozens of times. Each palm contains 7 types of laws and its power was shocking. Lan Songshur was severely injured by Lu Ming and kept spitting blood. His strength was less than 20% of his peak. How could he withstand it? After a few moves, the law that protected him was destroyed. The surging palm force fell on his body. Lan Songshur's body exploded before he could even scream. Boom! After killing Lan Songshur, Lu Ming did not stop. He turned around and threw a palm behind him. Because behind him, LAN Yun's attack had also arrived. Lu Ming's palm landed on LAN Yun's fist, and a violent boom erupted. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging toward him, and his figure retreated continuously. LAN Yun wasn't any better, his figure also floating back. His ultimate maxim has already reached the 2nd realm. There's still a king path maxim. Lu Ming's heart stirred. LAN Yun was undoubtedly a top heaven's favorite, not any weaker than the ones who came to Destiny Mountain with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. A 3-star illusionary emperor could control an ultimate law and a king path law. He was so powerful that he was not weaker than the gray-robed young man who had fought with Lu Ming before. And at this time, LAN Yun was even more shocked to the point of no return. He could also sense the law that Lu Ming controlled and was extremely shocked. It's you. I remember now. You're the trash body from the primordial realm, the peerless trash body. LAN Yun suddenly roared. He was also a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven realm. Back then, some people had gone to the primordial realm, and when they returned, they said that a peerless cripple had appeared in the primordial realm. He had mastered many kinds of nomological laws below the martial emperor realm, and he had even mastered 2 supreme nomological laws. However, he could not become a sovereign. Back then, it had caused a commotion in the Heaven realm. Now that he was fighting with Lu Ming, he immediately remembered. You're a cripple. How dare you kill a member of the Lan family? You're courting death. Immediately, LAN Yunxiao released a cold killing intent and burst out with all his might, charging towards Lu Ming. Purple-scaled evil god race LAN Yun's entire body was suffused with ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, he emitted a scarlet light. Even his palm was the same. Boom! Boom! LAN Yun threw more than 10 punches at Lu Ming in succession. As he swung his fists, a violent lion's roar was heard. Lu Ming saw that on each of LAN Yun's fists, there was a fiery red lion roaring. As LAN Yun swung his fist, the fiery red lions also pounced. This was a terrifying magical technique that unleashed the power of the two laws that LAN Yun controlled. Lu Ming waved his palm and 7 types of laws burst out. He struck more than 10 times in an instant. Boom! Boom! The fist and palm collided continuously, causing a shocking boom and a powerful force to sweep out. However, this place had experienced a great battle between peerless powerhouses countless years ago and the ground had become extremely hard. The force of Lu Ming and LAN Yun's battle could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. The two of them attacked at an astonishing speed, and the sky was filled with fist and palm shadows. In an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of moves, and the lion's roar was endless. Damn it, this guy is even stronger than the legends say. Didn't the legends say that he only mastered 5 laws? LAN Yun roared in his heart. After exchanging hundreds of moves, he still could not defeat Lu Ming. This made him a little impatient. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This LAN Yun was indeed not weaker than the gray-robed young man back then. However, Lu Ming was also much stronger than he was during the 10 Lands battle. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, Lu Ming had to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline to fight against the gray-robed young man. However, he did not need the power of the 3rd bloodline to fight against him now. The two continued to exchange hundreds of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Tear him apart! LAN Yun bellowed. The fiery red glow around his body grew even more intense. He waved his hands and the fiery red lions in his hands combined into one, turning into a huge red lion that pounced at Lu Ming. The power of this move was much stronger than the previous one. This was LAN Yun's ultimate killing move, his trump card ultimate move, its power shocking. Chaos Hammer. Lu Ming used the divine ability that he had created, the Chaos Hammer. During this period of time, Lu Ming had not stopped exploring the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death. The power of these two supernatural powers was getting stronger and stronger. In particular, Lu Ming had also integrated the laws of alchemy and the laws of equipment. The laws of chaos and the other 5 King Path laws combined together and exploded at the same time. Their power burst out. An enormous hammer formed and smashed towards LAN Yun. Boom! The Hammer of Chaos and the huge red lion collided. The space kept exploding, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air, constantly fighting against each other. In the end, the red lion and the Hammer of Chaos exploded at the same time. The two of them trembled and retreated. How is that possible? LAN Yun roared in his heart. He was shocked and furious that he could not take down Lu Ming despite his abilities. Kill! He roared loudly, and an even more intense red light spread out from his body. The space between his brows lit up, and a large seal was about to appear. Just as a section of the seal emerged, a shocking lion's roar rang out, causing the void to constantly explode. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could sense that this was a terrifying emperor weapon, or at least a true emperor weapon. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming's 3rd bloodline emerged. He had borrowed a portion of the 3rd bloodline's power to greatly increase his strength. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the blue cloud like a bolt of lightning. He struck with the Hammer of Chaos. LAN Yun did not expect that Lu Ming's abilities would suddenly increase sharply. In a hurry, he hurriedly blocked it, but how could he block it? After being struck by the primal Chaos Hammer, LAN Yun was sent flying with a blood-curdling screech and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Ming was very decisive in his actions. After injuring LAN Yun with one move, he immediately charged over to kill LAN Yun. Lu Ming, I'll kill you sooner or later. LAN Yun roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a fiery red jade token appeared in his hand and he crushed it. Roar! After the jade token was crushed, a huge fiery red lion appeared. This lion had a pair of wings. It grabbed LAN Yun and flapped its wings. Its body soared into the sky and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming chased closely, but after a while, he realized that he could not catch up to the other party. The other party flew further and further away and finally disappeared from his field of vision. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed secretly. This LAN Yun was definitely a disciple of a major force in the heaven realm. He had many treasures on him, and that jade tablet was used to save his life. Lu Ming went back and kept Lan Song's his storage ring. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. After that, Lu Ming carefully shuttled through the area alone. After a few more times, he encountered two marks. Among them, there were alien races and heaven realm experts. Other than that, he gained nothing. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not tell the direction in this battlefield. He did not know which side was the exit and how to get out. He could only walk around randomly. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He heard a voice coming from the front. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound on this piece of land. But now, there were other noises. This meant that there was something up ahead. Lu Ming immediately cast the divine breath technique and restrained his aura to the extreme. Then, he landed on the ground and walked along the ground. 100 miles later, Lu Ming was hiding on a low mountain peak. He looked ahead with the help of the rocks. In front of them, there was a flat piece of land, and there were many burly figures. Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were more than 10 evil god tribes in total. However, there were certain differences between these evil god tribes and the ones that Lu Ming had seen before. The evil god tribe's members were covered in scales as well. However, the evil god tribe's scales that Lu Ming had encountered in the past were all black. On the other hand, the scales of these evil god tribe's members were purple. Furthermore, they were smaller in size compared to the evil god tribe that he had encountered before. However, they were indeed from the evil god tribe. Every single one of them had a third eye in the middle of their brows. Over a dozen purple-scaled evil god tribe members surrounded an area. Their figures flashed continuously, as if they were setting up something. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area again and realized that it was a skeleton that was surrounded by more than 10 evil god tribe members. This skeleton held a large bow in its hand. It was obvious that the people from the evil god tribe were here for this large bow, but they didn't dare to get too close. These guys seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. Lu Ming observed carefully and realized that the evil god tribe members should be setting up an array. After a moment, the evil god tribe members stopped and retreated. Activate the formation. One of the evil god tribesmen let out a low grunt, and a purple light emanated from the bodies of the dozen or so evil god tribesmen before they sank into the ground. The ground glowed, and black rays of light flashed out. Then, these black rays of light actually condensed into large words. Lu Ming did not recognize these chess pieces. They were very ancient. Chapter 2190 Snatching the Divine Bow. The formation set up by the evil god race condensed into many black ancient words. As soon as these characters appeared, they flew toward the large bow. The brilliant light suppressed the bow. However, at this moment, the large bow emitted a ray of light that was like a light barrier. It covered itself and blocked the large words. The bodies of the evil god race's members began to glow with an even more intense purple light, which gushed into the ground continuously. The power of the formation grew even stronger, and it continued to glow with a dark light. Large, black characters appeared one after another, and they continued to rush toward the bow. However, although the light shield around the bow kept shaking, it was not broken. This bow still has its spirituality. It's definitely a supreme divine bow. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. A fiery look flashed in his eyes. After a moment, it was still ineffective. It did not break the light shield on the bow. Our formation is too far away from the bow. It can't display its full power. We have to get close to the bow and set up the formation. Only then will we be able to destroy the killing intent on the bow. One of RHE evil god race members said. That's right. This is a treasure left behind from ancient times. Even after so many years, its spirituality still hasn't completely disappeared. It's definitely a treasure that can't be missed. Let's do it. The other member of the evil god race also spoke up. Then, the evil god tribe members carefully approached the bow. When they were within 1,000 meters of the bow, they started to set up the formation. Buzz. At this moment, the bow buzzed and emitted a bright light. Then, a ray of light shot out from the bow like an arrow. Puchi. One of the evil god tribe members was unable to put up any resistance before his head was pierced through by an arrow, resulting in his violent death. Increase the speed. One of the evil god race members roared. The purple light on the bodies of the evil god race members became more and more intense. They increased their speed in setting up the formation, and rays of light entered the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, the bow vibrated again, and another arrow was shot out, killing another member of the evil god race. The remaining members of the evil god race were terrified. However, at this point, it was impossible for them to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue. They increased their speed in setting up the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the process of setting up the formation, the huge bow kept vibrating, and arrows were shot out. One after another, the evil god race members were killed. What a terrifying power. This is a killing intent that hasn't dissipated yet. Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. He could tell that there was a wisp of killing intent left behind by the bow's owner when he was alive. Any living creature that got close to the bow would be killed mercilessly. This was also the reason why LAN Yun and the rest had asked Lu Ming to scout the way. If the broken sword still had its own spirit, it would be extremely dangerous. The evil god tribe was obviously trying to set up a formation to wipe out the killing intent on the bow. In just a short moment, 8 members of the evil god tribe had died under the bow. And now, there were only 9 evil god races left. Success! Retreat! One of the evil god race members roared. Buzz! Whoosh! The remaining 9 people retreated in a frenzy. However, at this moment, the bow vibrated and another arrow was shot out, aiming at one of the evil god race members. No! 11 The evil god tribe member roared out in despair, filled with unwillingness. He had already succeeded. He had already retreated, but at the last moment, an arrow was shot at him. Without any suspense, this member of the evil god race was killed, and only 8 members of the evil god race were left. The remaining 8 people retreated with astonishing speed. When they had retreated a certain distance, the large bow no longer emitted light and became silent. The 8 members of the evil god race all had expressions of lingering fear on their faces. If they were unlucky, they would have been dead. Let's start. The 8 of them looked at each other and then started to activate the array. This time, the inner and outer layers of RH formation were activated at the same time, forming ancient and mysterious characters that flew towards the big bow. Lu Ming estimated that this kind of large array should be one that the evil god tribe had. The ancient characters flew towards the bow. The bow glowed and was covered by a layer of light. But this time, the power of the ancient characters was obviously much stronger than before. The large characters glowed and pressed down on the light shield like weapons. Boom! Boom! The light shield trembled continuously and rippled as if it would collapse at any moment. After a few minutes, RHE light shield could not hold on any longer. Like a bubble, it burst with a pop. The huge words rushed towards the bow and covered it. Buzz! At this moment, the bow trembled and released a terrifying killing intent that filled the surroundings. The words that covered the bow crumbled one by one. However, more words would immediately cover it. Every time the character crumbled, the killing intent on the bow would dim and weaken a little. This was to use the power of the formation to obliterate the killing intent in the bow. As time passed, the killing intent on the bow became weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, the killing intent on the bow had completely disappeared. It's a success, ha! One of the members of the evil god race laughed out loud, and the other members of the evil god race revealed looks of joy. They stepped forward and approached the bow, but the bow didn't react at all. In the end, they neared the bow, and one of the evil god tribesmen stepped forward and grabbed the bow. Buzz! The evil god clansman grabbed the bow in his hand and tried to pull the bowstring. However, after pulling for a long time, there was no reaction at all. Ha! It's indeed a supreme treasure. With our cultivation, we can't open it at all. The evil god tribe member laughed out loud, becoming even more excited. If they brought such a valuable treasure back and handed it over, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Let me see. The other member of the evil god race was extremely curious. He took the bow and tried to draw it, but it was to no avail. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 3 4-star illusionary emperors and 5 3-star illusionary emperors. Lu Ming muttered. Earlier on, when the evil god tribe was controlling the array, Lu Ming had already known their strength. Among the evil god tribe, there were originally 2 5-star void emperors. However, they were too unlucky to have been lulled by the big bow. The strongest remaining was only a 4-star void emperor. Lu Ming decided to take action and kill these evil god tribe members to snatch the big bow. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed into the sky and approached the area where the evil god race was. Lu Ming cast the divine breath technique but did not emit any aura. The other party did not sense it at all and continued to look at the big bow. Now! With a single thought, Lu Ming swooped down like a bolt of lightning. As he rushed down, a combat sword was condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This was a divine ability, the Sword of Death. Not good, there's someone. The members of the evil god tribe had also noticed Lu Ming. They roared and their bodies were covered in purple light. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and slashed his sword at a 4-star illusionary emperor. Chapter 2192 Leave no one alive. Lu Ming slashed his sword at a 4-star illusionary emperor of the evil god tribe. At this critical moment, the third eye of the evil god race member lit up. A purple beam of light burst out and pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, purple light burst forth from his body. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and he slashed upward. Boom! Lu Ming slashed down with all his might. The sword of death hit the purple beam that was shooting out of the evil god tribe member's third eye. The sword of death trembled. The death law and the 5 laws trembled continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force that directly cut the light beam apart and continued to cut. Then, the sword of death collided with the giant axe. A violent explosion rang out as the death sword trembled. However, the opponent's giant axe trembled even more violently. In the end, it exploded and turned into fragments that flew everywhere. Many of the fragments struck the evil god tribe members' bodies. Bang! The body of the evil god tribe member was sent flying, and wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow out. But he didn't die. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The evil god tribe was only a 4-star void emperor. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary 4-star illusionary emperor in seconds with the sword of death. Even a 5-star void emperor could be seriously injured with one move. However, when Lu Ming had launched a surprise attack and slashed down with his sword, he had not killed the other party. He had only severely injured the other party. The combat strength of the evil god tribe had exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. It's not any weaker than that blue pine stone. 11 Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. LAN Yun was also a 4-star illusionary emperor. However, his combat strength was far stronger than the 4-star illusionary emperors that Lu Ming had encountered before. This is the battlefield of the war between the two worlds. These people are all from the military camps of the two worlds. They've been fighting on the battlefield all year round, and their battle prowess is stronger than that of beings of the same level. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and came to this conclusion. Of course, it only took an instant for Lu Ming to think of all these. He did not stop at Ale and continued to kill the injured evil god tribe member. However, at this moment, the other members of the evil god race had already reacted. Beams of terrifying purple light shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop and block. He waved the sword of death to block the purple light beams. He discovered that the power of these purple light beams was also very shocking. The combat strength of every member of the evil god tribe was stronger than the black-scaled evil god tribe that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. These were definitely the elites of the evil god tribe. Kill! Lu Ming broke through a few purple light beams and charged towards a 3-star illusionary emperor. Even if he could not kill a 4-star void emperor in seconds, he should be able to kill a 3-star void emperor in seconds. Stop him! Among the 8 evil god tribe members, there were a total of 3 4-star illusionary emperors. One of them had been severely injured by Lu Ming earlier, and there were 2 more. At that moment, the 2 members of the evil god tribe were the main force and they launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. Meanwhile, the other 3-star illusionary emperor evil god tribe members were attacking Lu Ming from the periphery. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He focused his attention to resist. Although he could kill a 3-star illusionary emperor in seconds, it did not mean that he could ignore the attack of a 3-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, the attack power of these 3-star illusionary emperors was very terrifying. Lu Ming would be injured if he was hit. Human ant, how dare you ambush me? Kill! The evil god tribe member who had been ambushed by Lu Ming had also returned. Lu Ming was surrounded by 8 members of the evil god race. For the time being, he could only protect himself and could not kill the enemy at all. He underestimated the enemy. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Back in the primordial realm, he had been able to kill a 4-star void emperor in seconds. In addition, his strength had recently increased, so he had not taken a 4-star void emperor seriously before, unless it was a top-notch heaven's favorite like LAN Yun. That was why he made his move and charged out. Now, he understood that he had underestimated others. This was the 2-realm battlefield. Those who could fight here were all elites, and there was no lack of experts. It seems like one can only borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, a surge of energy from his 3rd bloodline gushed into his body. Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much power. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. If he borrowed too much, his mind would be affected. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly. Kill! The 3rd bloodline contained a strong killing intent. Lu Ming hollered, and a cold killing intent burst forth. All the members of the evil god tribe could not help but shudder. How could Lu Ming miss such a good opportunity? He took a step forward and slashed his death sword at the evil god tribe member who had been severely injured by him previously. This time, the evil god tribe member could no longer resist and was directly split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Immediately after, Lu Ming swept his battle sword horizontally and killed a 3-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe. Kill! After killing 2 people in a row, Lu Ming charged towards another 4-star illusionary emperor. The 4-star illusionary emperor roared and used his trump card to block. However, after the combat sword slashed, all his attacks collapsed. His whole body flew out and fell heavily on the ground, unable to move. Although he didn't die, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. As the number of opponents decreased, Lu Ming's strength increased. Lu Ming was even more invincible. With another 2 sword strikes, another 2 3-star illusionary emperors were killed. In just a few breaths, only 3 of the 8 were left. The remaining 3 people were finally scared and turned to run. How could Lu Ming let the other party escape? His figure flickered and he chased after them. With one slash, he killed the remaining 2 3-star illusionary emperors. Only the last 4-star illusionary emperor was left, but he had already escaped some distance away. Lu Ming gave chase at top speed. After 5 kilometers, Lu Ming caught up with the other party. We'll die together. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the evil god tribe member roared as his third eye burst forth with a brilliant light that was like a small purple Sunday whoosh. A purple beam of light with terrifying power shot toward Lu Ming. After shooting out this beam of light, the aura of the evil god tribe's members immediately weakened. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. This beam of light gave him a sense of danger. Slash! Lu Ming exerted all his strength and slashed down. Thump! With a huge tremor, the sword of death in Lu Ming's hand actually exploded. Lu Ming retreated quickly, feeling his palm go numb. What a powerful force! The power of his opponent's desperate attack was truly shocking. At this moment, he had borrowed the power of his third bloodline, but the sword of death was still scattered by his opponent. Seeing that he had not managed to kill Lu Ming despite his all-out attack, the evil god tribe member revealed a look of despair. Human ants, my race will trample you all to the ground. We will exterminate all of you lowly ants, leaving no one alive. The evil god tribe member roared. In the future, you will be the ones to be destroyed. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The sword of death was condensed once again. He swung the sword and killed the other party. After putting away the other party's storage bracelet, Lu Ming charged back and killed the heavily injured evil god tribe member. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to the evil god tribe. He would kill as many as he could. The evil god tribe was bent on breaking through the heaven realm and the primordial realm. When that time came, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Hunting the evil god tribe at this point, the 8 evil god tribe members had all been killed by Lu Ming. With a single thought, Lu Ming kept the power of his third bloodline. What exactly is this third bloodline? Lu Ming could not help but think. He had been thinking about this question more than once. The third bloodline seemed to be very mysterious and had endless power and killing intent. He didn't dare to borrow too much power from it. This power was not something he could control. Furthermore, as his cultivation level grew, his fear of the third bloodline grew even stronger. This was because no matter how much he improved, he was still as insignificant as an ant in front of the power of the third bloodline. One don't care. As long as I can keep getting stronger, I can use this power for myself. Lu Ming shook his head. He then put away all the storage bracelets of the evil god tribe, including those of the evil god tribe that had been killed by the large bow. These were all martial emperor realm powerhouses. To Lu Ming, it was another great harvest. Then, Lu Ming started to search through the storage rings one by one. I found it. Not long after, Lu Ming was overjoyed and a large bow appeared in his hands. It was the huge bow that the evil god tribe had obtained previously. The bow was 1.5 meters long and made of an unknown material. It was extremely heavy and the surface of the bow was covered in rust. Try it. Lu Ming grabbed the bow handle with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. He pulled with all his might. It didn't move at all. The bow didn't move at all, and the bowstring didn't curve at all. With my current strength, I can't move it at all. No wonder those evil god tribe members can't move it either. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This bow was no small matter. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still retained its spiritual nature. Let's try again. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. This time, he unleashed all his power of law. Buzz! This time, the bow vibrated slightly. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the bowstring being pulled. Although it was only pulled a little, it was indeed pulled. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the saint energy in Lu Ming's body, gushed into the bow. An arrow that glowed with 7 colors appeared. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He released his grip and the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flew tens of thousands of meters away and landed on a mountain peak. Boom! A large hole was blasted in the mountain peak, and gravel flew everywhere. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming revealed a look of excitement. This was an ancient battlefield. After the battle of peerless experts, energy and killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the ground and mountain rocks to become extremely hard. Lu Ming's all-out attack could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. However, the arrow just now had created a huge hole in a mountain. The power of the arrow was extremely shocking. However, the amount of saint power I'm using up is also shocking. I can't use it all the time. This bow seemed to require many types of laws in order to draw it. The amount of holy power it consumed was also shocking. Lu Ming would not be able to use it many times before his holy power would be completely depleted. With such power, I'm afraid even a 7-star illusionary emperor would be shot to death by this arrow. Although the holy power consumption was shocking, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. With this bow, he didn't need to fear anyone below the true emperor realm. Moreover, he had only pulled the bowstring a little, and was far from displaying the bow's power. As his cultivation level increased, the power of this bow would also become stronger. Lu Ming put away the big bow excitedly. In a flash, he left the place. Following that, Lu Ming continued to explore alone without any direction. A day later, he had no idea how far he had walked. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming concealed his aura and hurried over quietly. He then saw that some members of the evil god tribe were besieging 3 humans. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The young man was slightly fat and had a very strong cultivation base. He had reached the 3-star Void Emperor realm and also mastered an ultimate law. He was obviously a top-tier heaven's favorite. The middle-aged burly man was a 5-star Void Emperor. The old man was a 6-star Void Emperor, and his battle strength was very strong. However, at this moment, they were in grave danger. A total of 6 members of the evil god race were attacking them. These 6 members of the evil god race were covered in purple scales, and their cultivation bases were extremely profound. One of them was also a 6-star Void Emperor, and his battle strength was not weaker than the old man's. There were also 3 5-star Void Emperors and 2 4-star Void Emperors. Such a lineup had put the 3 humans in a dangerous situation. Even if they tried their best to defend, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Young master, run! Well, block them! The old man roared. If we're leaving, well, leave together. The chubby young man roared. You want to leave? None of you can. The reward for killing a human heaven's favorite is quite a lot. He. The 6-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe laughed out loud. However, his attacks did not weaken at all as he continued to attack the old man. Not only did the old man have to defend against the attack of the 6-star Void Emperor, but he also had to defend against 2 5-star Void Emperors. He was in a very dangerous situation, and a trace of blood had already seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Die! The evil god tribe cried out. In the distance, a cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. The large bow appeared in his hand, and he sneaked around to another direction. He was going to make a move. If the people fighting in front were from the heaven realm, he wouldn't have interfered. However, one side was the evil god tribe, and the other side was the human race. That was a different story. Similarly, if Lu Ming had not obtained the big bow, he would not have interfered. The other party had a 5-star and a 6-star illusionary emperor. With his current combat strength, he would only be courting death if he interfered. However, with the bow in his hands, Lu Ming was not afraid. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had circled to another direction. He pulled the bowstring and aimed it at the 6-star illusionary emperor. The longbow emitted a faint glow. The energy between heaven and earth and Lu Ming's saint energy continuously poured into the longbow. A 7-colored arrow appeared. Whoosh! Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out. In an instant, it crossed a distance of tens of miles and shot towards the 6-star Void Emperor at an astonishing speed. That 6-star Shidu reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only defend with all his might. However, his defense was as fragile washi. The arrow pierced through all of his defenses and shot into the space between his eyebrows. It carried him tens of thousands of meters away, and he stared at a low peak. A 6-star Void Emperor was instantly killed. At the scene, both the human race and the evil god race were stunned. The evil god tribe, in particular, turned pale with fright. Kill! How could the old man miss this opportunity? He exploded with all his strength and slashed out a sword light, severely injuring a 5-star illusionary emperor. Chapter 2194 Meeting LAN Yun again. Retreat. One of the evil god race members roared. To be able to kill a 6-star Void Emperor with one arrow, they knew that a terrifying expert must have come from the heaven realm. How could they dare to stay? In fear, they turned around and ran away. Whoosh! Another arrow flew over and was aimed at the 5-star Void Emperor. The 5-star illusionary emperor let out a blood-curdling screech before he was shot dead. On the other side, the old man continued his victorious pursuit and killed the 5-star Void Emperor he had severely injured. There were a total of 6 people on the other side, 1 6-star Void Emperor and 2 5-star Void Emperors. All of them were killed, leaving only 3 4-star Void Emperors who were running for their lives. The 3 members of the evil god race had fled in different directions. They knew that if they were to gather together, none of them would be able to escape. Chase! The chubby young man roared and chased after a 4-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe. The old man and the middle-aged man also chased after one each. The evil god tribe member that the chubby young man was chasing happened to run toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, holding a large bow and pointing it at the evil god. The evil god race member turned pale with fright and was almost scared to death. Just now, it was 2 arrows that had killed a 6-star and a 5-star illusionary emperor. Now that he saw Lu Ming appear with a large bow in his hand, it would be strange if he was not scared to death. He was panicking, but the chubby youth had already arrived. This kind of purple-scaled evil god race was extremely powerful. However, the chubby youth was a top-tier genius. Although his cultivation was 1 level lower, his combat strength was not any weaker. In fact, he was even stronger. A blade light that was white and bright slashed toward the evil god race. The evil god tribe was on guard against Lu Ming. In their panic, they were hit by the chubby young man and were severely injured. The chubby youth's attack had hit its target, and the subsequent attacks were endless. The snow-white blade light slashed out one after another toward the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe had been severely injured and was already powerless to turn the situation around. They could only defend and no longer have the power to fight back. Defeat was a matter of time. Lu Ming did not draw the bow. He was just scaring the other party. Seeing that the matter was settled, he put away his bow. Buzz! A figure flashed, and the old man appeared. He had obviously finished off his opponent. After a while, the middle-aged man also appeared. At this moment, the chubby young man had the upper hand. His blade light flashed and left many wounds on the evil god tribe members' bodies. Kill! In the end, the chubby young man shouted and cut off his head. After killing the evil god tribe members, the chubby young man, elder, and middle-aged burly man turned to look at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. A moment ago, the arrow had instantly killed a 6-star and a 5-star Void Emperor. They had not expected that the owner of the arrow would be so young. This brother, thank you for saving me just now. The chubby guy walked over and cupped his fists in thanks, his attitude sincere. You're too polite. How can I not kill an alien? Lu Ming smiled. How can one not kill you? That's very reasonable. Lu Hao. How should I address you, brother? The chubby young man said. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. It's brother Lu. Lu Hao gave a fist salute. Thank you for your help, little brother Lu. The old man and the burly man also thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming said a few words of thanks. Brother Lu, you seem unfamiliar. Did you enter this battlefield alone? Lu Hao asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. It's a little unsafe to come in alone. Right now, the evil god race has also sent a large number of experts into this ancient battlefield. Right now, the people from the heaven realm are gathering not far away. We're gathering our strength to fight against the evil god race together. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us? Lu Hao invited. Lu Ming was in deep thought. Alright, 111 go with you. Lu Ming nodded after a while. Lu Ming had his own considerations for agreeing to it. First of all, Lu Hao's group didn't look like LAN Yun's group, which was sinister, cunning, despicable, and shameless. Lu Hao's group looked sincere and didn't look like cunning people. In addition, he couldn't find the way out by himself. Only with the people of Heaven Realm could he find the way out and enter the Tai Ching Heavenly Realm. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Lu Hao was overjoyed. He gave the 6 evil god tribes storage bracelets to Lu Ming, saying that it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help this time. Otherwise, they would have all been done for. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept all of them. Then, they headed in one direction. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. After a few hours, they came to a bare mountain range. Inside, there was a valley. It was quite hidden, and the creatures from the heaven realm gathered here. Other than the human clan, there were also divine beasts. There's quite a lot of people. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they swept their gazes and discovered that there were more than 100 people. However, there were not many young people, only 5 or 6 of them. The rest were either middle-aged or old. There were both men and women. Without a doubt, they were all in the martial emperor realm. Some of them had extremely profound auras, and the divine light of the world was faintly emanating from them. True emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This ancient battlefield was extremely dangerous. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more dangerous it would be to enter. There was already a certain level of danger when a true emperor entered. They might be targeted by the marks of the experts. Low-rank true emperors were still fine, but high-rank true emperors would definitely die when they encountered those marks. Lu Hao greeted the few young men and introduced them to Lu Ming. The few young men smiled and nodded at Lu Ming. They did not have much reaction when they heard Lu Ming's name. It was obvious that even if they had heard of a peerless cripple in the primordial realm, they would not know Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming also smiled and nodded. He then stood by the side with Lu Ming. Lu Hao whispered. This time, they had entered this ancient battlefield to try their luck and see if they could get some opportunities or treasures. In addition, they had one more thing to do. They had to find out why the ancient battlefield had changed and what exactly had happened. Was it related to the evil god race? The higher-ups of the heaven realm took this matter very seriously. Therefore, they had gathered together. First, they wanted to exchange information. Second, they would have a higher chance of success if they worked together. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Not long after, about 150 people gathered. Buzz! Whoosh! At this time, more beams of light flew over. This time, more than 10 people came at once. LAN Yun. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time, there were more than 10 people and the person in the lead was actually LAN Yun. Now it seemed that his injuries had already healed. LAN Yun and the rest landed in the valley and scanned the entire place. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode toward Lu Ming. Kid, we meet again. This time, let's see how you die. LAN Yun walked in front of Lu Ming and spoke coldly, his face revealing a ferocious expression. The person who had come with LAN Yun also stepped forward, emitting a cold aura. A little Daoist priest LAN Yun and the rest closed in on Lu Ming. They did not hide their cold killing intent at all. LAN Yun, what are you guys trying to do? Lu Hao stepped forward and said loudly. What are you doing? Cripple this brat. LAN Yun coldly said. The surrounding people all cast curious gazes over. Lu Hao's expression changed. LAN Yun, there are rules in Two World City. Anyone who enters the battlefield must be united. They are not allowed to kill each other. Those who break the rules will be punished by military law. Do you want to break the rules? Breaking the rules. Let me tell you, this kid is the one who broke the rules. Previously, this kid launched a sneak attack and killed an expert of the Lan family. So, I'm going to cripple him and bring him back to Two World City to accept his punishment. LAN Yun laughed loudly. The Two World City was a huge city located at the entrance of the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiqing Heavenly Region. It was magnificent and had countless powerful cultivators. It was because of the Two World City that the foreign tribe's attack was stopped. What? Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. If it was really as LAN Yun said, he had no reason to interfere. Laughable. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke indifferently and cast a glance at LAN Yun. You and that Lan Songshi are afraid of death and want to get the treasure. So, you used me as a test stone. When you encountered the remnant soldiers left behind from the ancient times, you didn't dare to go up to them but asked me to go up instead. One helped you guys take a broken weapon and wanted to leave. You guys didn't let me go and wanted to kill me. If I don't do anything, do one just wait to be killed by you? His words made many people's eyes light up. So that was the case. If they were in Lu Ming's shoes, they would probably take action too. LAN Yun, if that's really the case, then you can't blame Brother Lu for taking action. Lu Hao spoke again. You're lying. The three of us are working together to search for treasures. When we encounter a treasure, one of us naturally has to go up and test it out. If the three of us go up together and encounter danger, wouldn't we all be annihilated? LAN Yun argued. Then why should one go and not you guys? Lu Ming sneered. You were the one who went up that time. The second time, well, definitely go up and take turns. However, you were blinded by greed and suddenly attacked us. You wanted to kill us and take the treasure for yourself. You deserve to die. LAN Yun shouted loudly, his eyes revealing a crafty look. Lu Ming sneered. This LAN Yun was really shameless. What taking turns? It's all dog shit. They clearly wanted Lu Ming to be their test. If Lu Ming wanted to leave, they would have the intention to kill him and threaten him. 1C. Everything is clear now. This brat was greedy and wanted to kill people to steal their treasures. He killed his own people on the battlefield. This is a serious violation of the rules and must be punished. At this moment, a voice rang out from the side. It was a young man named Yan Shi, who was also a genius. Lu Hao didn't know whether LAN Yun was telling the truth or not, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ming, kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Do you still need me to do it? LAN Yun shouted. If you have the ability, then come. Lu Ming said coldly, a large bow appearing in his hands. You're indeed audacious. You still want to resist? Attack! LAN Yun shouted. Buzz! Whoosh! Behind LAN Yun, more than 10 figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming. Their powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming. 2 7-star Void Emperors and 2 6-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, revealing a cold killing intent. The people that LAN Yun had brought were very powerful. Lu Ming was definitely not a match for them with his own abilities. However, Lu Ming had the big bow in his hands and he was not afraid of them. If these people were looking for death, he didn't mind killing them. The one who gave him the pressure was Yan Shi, who had a true Emperor Realm expert by her side. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, even if he had a large bow in his hands, he could not unleash such a powerful force. He was not a match for a true emperor. However, if he was forced into a corner, Lu Ming could directly use the Celestial Thearch's physical body to kill the other party. However, Lu Ming would not use it unless he had no other choice. All around them, the others looked on coldly. No one said a word. "LAN Yun, aren't you going too far? If there's anything, we can talk about it after we return to Two World City," Lu Hao said anxiously. Lu Ming had saved his life. He could not just watch Lu Ming be crippled. "Lu Hao, get lost. I won't let you be captured as well," LAN Yun coldly rebuked. Lu Hao's expression was ugly. He was the one who invited Lu Ming to come along, but such a thing happened. He felt terrible. "Brother Lu, this has nothing to do with you. If they want to deal with me, they will have to pay a heavy price," Lu Ming said coldly as he poured his holy power into the bow. The bow trembled slightly and a layer of light emanated from it. "This is an ancient emperor weapon." LAN Yun's gaze landed on the large bow and revealed a greedy expression. The bow was full of ancient intent, and there were even spots of rust on it. It was very likely that he had obtained it from this ancient battlefield. The weapons left behind in this ancient battlefield still had spirituality, which was definitely not a small matter. This made him envious. LAN Yun was just about to call for action when a disdainful sneer came from the sky at this moment. How despicable and shameless. He forced others to be his test stone and was killed in return. Now, he's slandering others. The Lan family is really getting worse. The voice was filled with disdain, causing LAN Yun and the others to change their expressions. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the sky, a 14 to 15-year-old young man wearing a yin-yang Daoist robe of Tai Chi with his hands behind his back was approaching. It was a little Taoist priest. "Who are you to insult the Lan family? You're courting death, do you understand?" LAN Yun coldly said. "Don't use the Lan family to pressure me. Others may be afraid of your Lan family, but I'm not." The little Daoist was disdainful, and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Am one wrong? You're obviously forcing others to be your test stones. They will naturally resist, but you're still framing them here. Anyone with eyes can see that you're lying through your teeth. If the Lan family was full of people like you, they would have been destroyed long ago." The little Daoist had his hands behind his back and looked like a peerless expert. He squinted at LAN Yun like an elder reprimanding a junior. "He has insulted the Lan family time and time again. He's courting death. In my opinion, this person is Lu Ming's accomplice. Attack and cripple him first." LAN Yun roared. "Buzz!" A middle-aged burly man from the Lan clan rushed out. He had the cultivation base of a 5-star Void Emperor. With his 5-star illusionary divine cultivation, it was a piece of cake to deal with a young Daoist priest. Almost everyone thought so, except for one person, Lu Ming. "This guy, why does he look so familiar?" Lu Ming sized up the little Daoist curiously. Lu Ming was sure that he had never seen the little Daoist's appearance before. However, he felt that his temperament was very familiar. At this moment, there were changes on the battlefield. The Lan family's 5-star illusionary divine stage expert's speed was astonishing. He rushed towards the little Daoist and with a wave of his hand, a huge palm grabbed at the little Daoist, trying to suppress him. Just as the hand was about to grab the little Daoist's figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he appeared above the middle-aged man's head.